Yeah. Welcome everyone to APQEC 2025. Welcome everyone. Welcome to APQEC 2025. Jackie, it is lovely to see you. You look amazing.
Thank you, June. Welcome everyone. I hope you're excited. We can't see you, but I hope you can see us. Welcome.
Yes, especially those on YouTube. Welcome. Leave comments down below. Are you excited for today? What are your expectations? Yes, Jackie, what are your expectations, Jackie?
For me, I am keen on the keynote speakers. I look forward to that. I think we have really not seen very many people who come out as the product quality engineers. So I'm really excited to see the keynote speakers learn from so many people in different countries. So I hope everyone else is looking forward to that. What are you looking forward to, June?
We have the same sentiments. I'm eager to learn from so many people, especially the speakers from today to Saturday. So I'm really, very eager to learn. I have my book ready. It's right here. To write so many notes about what I'm going to learn, because conferences like this are very good. You get to learn a lot and even how to grow in your career.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes. We have so many professionals in the industry. I think this is going to be a good networking spot. As Ibi said yesterday in the test in the APQEC post, you're supposed to come with your notebook, come with your pen, come sit in your virtual seat, and be excited to see what we have in store.
Yes. Your notebook. Have your notebook ready. If you don't have your notebook ready now, just have it ready. Get a glass of water because we are going to be here. Yeah, listening to a few speakers before our lunch break. Yes, so get yourself a glass of water or coffee or tea or whichever drink that is good in your country, right? And as you comment, put on the flag of your country. I don't know if I can add our Kenyan flag for Jackie and me over here. I'll try and see if we can find it. But yes, so your flag. So where are you from? Where are you watching us from? Please add the flag so that we can even shout out to you and shout out to your country. Yes, like in Kenya, we say karibu sana. That means, Jackie, that means?
Welcome very much. Really, does it mean very much? Okay. Welcome everyone.
Yeah, the sana part means welcome. No, very much. Yes. It means very much.
Yeah, we're excited. You can see 36 people are watching. Call your friends, let them know we are here. We're very excited to have you here. In just around 10 minutes, we will begin. So yeah, call in everyone. The 36 of us who are here, post your flag, post where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yes. So we are waiting to see those flags. Yeah, flags. As we are from Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya. Although I don't live in Nairobi, but yeah, the closest everyone knows, because Nairobi is the capital city. That's where we are. Yeah, so welcome, Victor. I see you're connecting from Nigeria. Welcome, Victor. Welcome to Lua from Nigeria as well. Welcome. We need to know what welcome in Nigeria, but I know you guys have so many other languages. What is your national language? Like for us, Swahili is our national language. So what's your national language? So yeah, so welcome. We can see you on YouTube as well. Welcome. It's good afternoon in Kenya, but good morning in Kenya. Good afternoon in Nigeria, sorry. As I can see here. Welcome, Osinachi. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome, Patrick.
I actually thought our national language will be Sheng, but I hear it's Swahili. That should be Tanzanian national language. But it's good
Although I
to
hope
know
to see someone. Oh, sorry.
it's good to know we share that with Tanzania.
Yes. And I hope someone from Tanzania will correct us. I hear our Swahili is very, very bad. It's extremely horrible compared to them. Yes. Welcome. So many people from Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. Welcome, Olawale. Welcome, Michael. Oh, Michael Jackson. I see Michael Jackson has joined us from Nigeria. Welcome,
Yeah.
Idowo.
From
Oh, your
Lagos.
national language is English. Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
really?
Yeah,
That's
that's what I'm
Nigeria?
saying. I've seen a comment from. Yeah, the comments are going very fast, but yes. Mercy from Lagos. Welcome as well. Welcome, Mercy. Someone has said they're definitely getting married to a Kenyan woman. I wonder
Yeah.
why.
Highly encouraged. We're good people. We're very good people. Don't hear any rumors about us. It's a lie. Yeah.
What are the rumors? I don't know about the rumors.
Just in case any rumors are floating around, it's a lie. We're good people. We do not like money at all. We are hardworking.
Welcome, Dashan from India. We have someone from India. Welcome. Yes, and I know you're also putting in your flag, but as well, if you can add the country, we'll really appreciate it. Some of us failed geography.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't geography or English or history, sorry. So we are not quite sure of some flags. Yes.
I think before you start teaching your children about the brands of cars and learning the logos of cars, just teach them about flags. Let them know flags of Africa, at least which flag represents which country. Yeah. That's what you're learning. Yeah.
Yeah, that I think you are trying to throw a blow, or what's the word towards me, but yeah, thank
Adapt.
you.
No, me too. I'm not sure of the flags. Actually, Nigeria now have cramped the flag. The flag that I'm sure of is Sudan. Um, no, we do not love money at all, at all, at all. Yeah.
This is someone from Cameroon. Welcome,
Oh, that's coming.
Adam from Cameroon. Now I know your flag. I can see it now.
Yes.
I won't. I promise I won't forget. Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ethiopia. I see
Oh, that's nice.
Mebratu from Ethiopia. Very beautiful flag over there as well. Welcome. Yes, Jerry from Kenya. Kenya says Kenyans are well represented. Woo!
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and so many people from Nigeria as well. Yeah, we see Safaa from Egypt. Welcome, Safaa. Welcome. Right,
Yeah.
and we are going to be beginning in the next 4 minutes. Right, and we would like, even as we begin, we'd like to have Ibi, our amazing host. Jackie, tell me a little bit about Ibi before we start with the welcome notes and yeah.
Yes. EB is the definition of advocate for quality assurance engineers. I think today we've gotten another title. We are product quality engineers. Most of the time, we find that before you get into quality engineering, your target is we are the stepping stone before development. But IBI is globally respected expert in software testing and cybersecurity. She holds multiple degrees, including an MSc in cybersecurity. Please, masters people. Yeah, I'll be graduating, by the way. So, MSc in cybersecurity from the University of Salford, and she's a founder of Impactful Ventures from the well-known Testify Limited and Tech Teen Academy. She has authored several books, including ABC of Software Testing, and has spoken and will speak on global stages in the coming month. Despite her accolades, she describes herself simply as a woman passionate about using tech to create fairness and ease in life. Ibi, if you can hear us, if you can see us again, welcome. We thank you very much for your great brain. And yeah, take it away.
All right, can everyone see me? And can you hear me?
We can see you.
Yes, we can see you and can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, I want to be sure everyone can see me, so I'm checking the comment section. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Am I audible? Am I visible? Okay, I'm checking. Awesome. So someone says I'm very clear. Awesome. Okay. Once again, good morning, good day, everyone. Let's just stick to good day, since that is a universal language we can use for everyone. And yes, thank you so much, Jackie and June, the coordinators of today's event. I can't say it's an honor to be here, but it's really thrilling to be here to have made this happen. So I would say once again, welcome to everyone to the Africa Product Quality Engineering Conference. And yes, like you have rightly heard, my name is Ibironke Yekinni. I want to say welcome from every corner of the continent and beyond to the Africa Product Quality Engineering Conference 2025, which is proudly sponsored by Testars Quarter. My name is Ibironke Yekinni, and I'm your host for this incredible journey into the heart, the soul, and the strategy of product quality engineering, which I believe is the emerging backbone of what we call the world-class digital products. But what is really product quality engineering? Because I've seen a lot of people say, give different titles to their names. I'm a QA engineer, I'm a test analyst, I'm a QA analyst, different titles like that. But why quality? Why product quality engineering? Product quality engineering because it is more than testing. It is where customer obsession, engineering excellence, risk thinking, user empathy, and even business impacts collide together. For me, it is beyond testing. It is beyond finding bugs. It's about building trust into every click, every swipe, every transitioning, every review, every analysis. So we are here to say Africa is not catching up. We are leading. And that's exactly why the Africa Product Quality Engineering, which I pronounce as APQEC, was born. So for those that don't know how to pronounce it yet, this is me officially giving the right pronunciation to the acronym of Africa Product Quality Engineering. The acronym is pronounced APQEC. Okay, and but why APQEC? Because for so long, for me, quality wasn't in the room. So we built our own room, and we throw the door very open to every testers, to every product quality engineers, to every product thinkers, to every business leaders, and of course to you. So APQEC is not just a conference; it's a call to raise the bar for Africa, by Africa, and of course with Africa. Since I have a good rhymes. So the goal for APQEC 2025, this one in particular, the mission this year is very simple but bold: to ensure that quality is beyond borders, to activate, to accelerate, to amplify a continent-wide quality first movement. We want everyone leaving this conference with bigger questions, better tools, bolder confidence, and a burning passion to build better, to test louder, and to lead stronger. What should you expect from future editions of APQEC? We are definitely just getting started. I mean, you know, this is the premier edition. So in the future edition of APQEC, expect physical city tours across Africa, meaning that next year you just might not know. The APQEC will be running hybrid definitely, but it might just be in your country. Cross-continent QA case studies, leadership bootcamp, startup quality showcase, and even government meetup quality tech talks. So beyond quality, we want you to know that beyond testing, quality has no borders, and neither would this movement. So yes, for this edition, you know what our website is, conference.testarsquarter.org. Register, there is free. For you to attend this conference is free. The paid part is for you to get certificate of attendance. Make sure you definitely, follow our YouTube channel, follow us on our social media handles on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and even on Facebook. Our handle is all the same, Testars Quarter. I hope you know how we spell our testers. It's TESTARS and then quarter. On Twitter is double R at the end of it. And to any of the posts you'll be making, use the hashtag APQEC25, #APQEC25. So I also want to use this medium to do a special shout out to our partners. This definitely won't be possible without your unrelenting support for this conference. You believe in the mission of product quality on the continent. And three of our major partners for this year's edition is, of course, Testify Limited, which the next speaker will be speaking on in details, but you need to know that Testify Limited is I call it the testing ecosystem, because everything you need as a business or as an individual is present in it. Talk about academy, where you can learn different type of software testing. Talk about the quality assurance as a business for business product-led companies. You generally find it there. Talk about consulting and outsourcing, where companies want to hire testers. You can find it there. And of course, the community, which they happens to be the largest, community of Africans. And yes, which is Testars Quarter that is hosting us today. So yes, that is Testify, and special shout out to them. They are giving us some juicy offer to every attendees of this program that will be signing up for our next cohort to take 10% of their switch to software testing program. Thank you once again to myself and the team. And our second partner is the ISTQB Kenya. They have been so amazing to us to give a whooping 30% discount to attendees of this program. So I hope you don't want to miss out on that. There is a 20% discount for practically everyone that attend and would like to take the exam. And then there is a 30 additional discounts for our own selected number of people. So if I were you, I will go straight to the conference page, go under partnership, click on ISTQB Kenya logo and fill the form to show your interest. You can be part of people that win a 50% discount, to take your ISTQB Kenya exam. Now, to those that are saying, oh, but I'm in Nigeria, I'm in India, can I take the ISTQB exam? Of course you can. The difference is you'll be having ISTQB Kenya certificate. So if your company or your country doesn't mind, it's still the same exam, it's still the same marking grade, everything is the same. The only difference is you'll be having Kenya certificate rather than your country certificate, right? So make the maximum use of it. All right. And of course, our third partner for today and the last partner for today is the Test Epic. Let me be very sure, permits me. Such a very thoughtful company, and they have an amazing community in-house of the organization. I mean, I don't know if about you guys, but I love companies that have community, like their staffs are community. They have like an in-house community of testers or of team of professionals. And for me, that's one of the things that stood out for this particular sponsor for this conference. So I want you to also go to our partnership page. The name of the company is Epic Test Quest. Yes, that's their name, Epic Test Quest. They are they make test management magic unleashed by just one click. I think you really enjoy it. Just go through their website and you will definitely see it. So to remind you of our 3 partners, Testify Academy, and to benefit from the discount that they are giving, all you have to do is go to the conference page, go to under partnership and click on the logo. Then go to, for ISTQB Kenya, still under partnership, click on their logo and fill the form to show interest in taking their certification, right? And lastly, Epitech Quest, amazing community inside the company. You can go ahead and also explore them and take advantage of their products. So that's briefly that I will talk about our partners today, but they are the mighty one who are standing behind us to make this a success. Thank you for powering the visions. Today's rundown is very amazing. I've already done the welcome notes, games and icebreakers. There's going to be an opening keynote on future of product quality engineering in Africa. There's going to be a panel session, live debate, roundtable, fireside chat, and we're going to take pictures. So you want to make sure that you do that. Lastly, I just want to say to our brilliant speakers, QA leaders, and industry pioneers, thank you. To our volunteers, organizers, and everyone, you are the real MVP. You are this conference. And to every attendees, whether it is your first time conference or the 15th, welcome home. So here is what I want you to do today. Say you were here by taking a screenshot, take videos, post about it on different social media platforms, tag at Testars Quarter and use the hashtag APQEC25. Let the world know Africa is serious about product quality. This is not just an event, it's a spark, and let's make it a fire. So goodbye, but for now, before you go, join the Testars Quarter community, which is our website, TestarsQuarter.org. Subscribe to the YouTube channel you are watching this session from. Follow us on our different social media page and come back tomorrow. We have got even way more magic waiting for you. So from all of us at APQEC25, welcome to the Quality Revolution. Once again, thank you so much. Over to you, Tim.
Thank you so much, Ibi.
Thank you so much, Ibi. Thank you for that lovely welcome note and speech. Yes, we have learned a lot from you, right, Jackie? I think this has been amazing working with you so far for this conference, and also in the past before. We are learning a lot from you, and we are so excited that we are speaking about product quality engineering in Africa. APQEC, I've put the Africa later on, but yes, APQEC. Yes. All right. So Jackie, would like to introduce our first speaker for today, right?
Yes. So before you do that, I'd just like to remind everyone that day 1 is the future. We're basically discussing about the future of product quality engineering. And so as Ibironke has mentioned, we are going to start with just an introduction of Testars Quarters Africa. So June, you can take it away by introducing Christianah Ajala.
Yes, thank you, Jackie. So Christianah Ajala is a QA and data professional with a master's in AI and data analysis. Clearly, so many people here have done their masters. So for us, who haven't, are we joking? But anyway, she currently works with the UK's Net Zero Energy Division and has contributed significantly to the payroll product as Seamless HR. She's certified in ISTQB and BCS. She also mentors aspiring testers through programs like Switch to Software Testing. And we see her passion for community and excellence in quality assurance. It clearly stands out. So welcome, Christianah. I can see you have joined.
Thank
so
you,
take it over and introduce Testars Quarter Africa to us.
Yes, thank you, June, and thank you, Jacqueline. Hello, everybody, and welcome to APQEC 2025, the Africa Product Quality Engineering Conference. I am super excited to be here, and I hope you guys are as well. Today, I'll be speaking about Testars Quarters Africa, but before we do that, I'd just like to, talk about APQEC a bit. This isn't just another conference. It's a celebration of quality, of collaboration, and community. And I'm thrilled to be here among passionate quality assurance professionals and tech enthusiasts from all corners of Africa and beyond. APQEC is more than a yearly event. It's a product of vision, hard work, and unity. And it was born right inside Testars Quarter, Africa, which is proudly the continent's most active and supportive software testing community. And behind it all is our parent company, Testify Limited, the engine that powers it all with a bold vision for quality excellence. Ibironke has said a lot about APQEC, about our sponsors, and I just want to welcome everybody once again to this amazing event. I trust that we are all going to leave here after the 3 days renewed on product quality excellence across Africa and even beyond. So I'll be introducing Testify Limited. Before we dive into Testars Quarter itself, it's important that I introduce our parent company, Testify Limited. Now, Testify is a globally trusted quality assurance and software testing agency. Now, we help startups and product-focused companies launch with confidence by embedding quality from day one. Our reputation is backed by consistent client success stories and a results-driven approach to software testing. Now, this is just a quick overview of who Testify Limited is. I will talk about our core philosophy. At Testify Limited, we don't just provide QA services. We partner with our clients to ensure that product excellence. We engage deeply at every phase of software lifecycle, from requirements to release. Our core belief is that trust and collaboration are essential to building high quality products. That's why our clients see us not as vendors, but as long-term partners in their success. So we have quality assurance as a partnership, not a service. We've got deep client relationships based on trust and performance. We are involved across all the software development phases, and we believe in agile, collaborative, and technology-focused approach to everything that we do at Testify Limited. Now, I'd like to tell us about the business arm of Testify Limited. We have 4 important business arms. We have the Testify Academy, which trains individuals and companies. We also have Testify Business, where we offer quality assurance as a service. We also get involved in project and product management. Our third arm is the Testify Community, of which Testars Quarter Africa is the pioneer, is the leading force. And lastly, we have our Testify product, App Tester, Prodify, TechSports. All of these are launching. We are launching Testify products shortly, and we will definitely keep you guys informed on the journey. So we are a multidimensional company. Now, through these different arms of business, we are able to actually engage the African continent and drive product quality engineering across board. So right into the main presentation of today, right? My name is Christianah Ajala. I'm a quality assurance analyst, and with the launch of APQEC, I think I dare say that I'm a product quality engineer. So today I'll be speaking on the power of community and how Testars Quarter has been elevating QA careers on a global level. Community is not just a nice to have, it's actually a career multiplier. When we collaborate, when we share knowledge and we support each other, we accelerate our growth. Enriqueta's quote here reminds us of the power in unity. Whether you're starting out or you're experienced, being part of a community like Testars Quarter gives you access to insight, to encouragement, and to opportunity. Enriqueta said, alone we can do little, together we can do so much. And this is one of the driving goals for Testars Quarter Africa. Now, Testars Quarter is not just a project. It's actually the heartbeat of our community vision, right? Born out of Testify's limited mission to empower quality assurance professionals, it has become Africa's most active software testing community, bringing together over 2,000 quality assurance professionals from diverse backgrounds. I kid you not, if you go to our Slack channel today, you're going to see way more than 2,000 people on that channel who are actively engaged on a daily basis. People are engaging, sharing opportunities, asking questions, learning at every point in time. At Testars Quarter, we are passionate about creating a space where we are passionate about creating a space where experienced testers feel supported, and even newcomers, they are inspired. Our work is centered around learning, around career development and collaboration. We believe in lifting each other up and providing a platform that is that will help you to thrive, And through our community, we are empowering, aspiring, and practicing product quality engineers with the right resources, much needed support, and mentorship that is required for them to succeed in their career. So I'll be taking us through our vision and our mission. But I think I'll first start with our mission. Our vision is our vision. Our vision is very clear. We don't just want to be one of many. We want to be the number one hub for product quality engineers in Africa. And this means that we are going to be the go-to place for QA professionals who are serious about growth, about leadership, and about impact. We envision a thriving, active community where learning never stops, where collaboration is natural, and where support is constant. It's not just about attending events, it's about building real, long-lasting professional relationships. At the heart of our vision is software excellence. We believe that product quality engineers are not just testers, they are champions of quality, innovation, and user trust. Our community is therefore where these champions are built. Our work goes beyond tools and test script. We are cultivating a culture of quality in the African tech ecosystem. That means changing how companies think about QA, positioning product quality engineers as strategic partners, not afterthoughts. I've seen situations where companies, when they think about QAs, it's something that comes in later on, not at the beginning. They don't carry us along in the entire product journey, because it's QA, we can do without it. But no, we want to change the narrative. We want everyone to know that we are actually partners on this product journey right from the beginning until the very end. So our vision is rooted in Africa. However, we are designed for global relevance. So we want to see African testers recognized internationally, not just for talent, but for leadership in defining what quality means in the digital world. And we are also building a legacy from university partnerships to mentorship programs. We are creating pipelines for the next generation of QA leaders so that they can enter the industry confident, skilled, and supported. And our mission, at the core of our mission, is empowerment, right? We are here to uplift product quality engineers across Africa and beyond, not just by building skills, but by boosting confidence, visibility, and influence. We believe product quality engineers are leaders in their own right, and we are helping them step into that role. Also, education is one of our strongest pillars. Through training programs, study groups, expert-led sessions, we ensure that every member, whether new or experienced, has access to relevant, high-quality learning that helps to keep them competitive. Now, one thing that we know for certain is that personal growth is accelerated by guidance. And there's a saying about, when you have mentors, you stand on their shoulders, right? So you don't have to go through, what people have gone through to get to where they are. The journey is shorter for you by virtue of guidance and mentorship. And that's why our mentorship programs are designed to pair aspiring testers with seasoned professionals, helping them to navigate real-world challenges with confidence and direction. Testars Quarter is not just a learning community. We are a connector. We actively collaborate with tech companies, hiring managers, schools to create meaningful pathways between education and employment. Now, our goal is to make QA talent visible and in demand. We don't just train you, we help you to land your next opportunity through job boards, freelance gigs, referrals, networking events. We are creating tangible career outcomes for our members. And if you are a Testars Quarter member, please just drop comments in there and let people know what you've been benefiting by being a part of this community. I must say one of the most powerful part of our mission is changing the narrative. Everyone has, I think I saw a post by one of our speakers today, one of the people on the panel list, that's Email, and she said something about how QA has gone through different naming, from testers to analyst, and now to product quality engineering. And this seems to literally capture what we do, And for Testars Quarters, we are actually trying to bridge that gap. We are bridging the gap between just testing and product excellence. Our aim is to place product quality engineers at the table. You're not an afterthought. You are a partner in this product journey. So we want PQEs to be influencing decisions from day one, not just validating software, but actually driving its success. We want organizations to see product quality engineers not as a checkpoint, but as partners in creating better products. And we're advocating for a shift in how quality assurance is viewed, bringing product quality engineers into every stage of the SDLC as valued contributors to innovation and quality. Now, what are our strategic goals? For us, we are building more than just a community. I'm pretty sure I've said that a lot, and I'm probably going to say that a whole lot more in the course of this presentation, right? We are creating a quality assurance movement. Our strategic goals include providing top-notch certifications and trainings, launching a job marketplace for testers, forming strong partnerships with academic institutions. We are committed to rebranding testers as strategic product quality engineers, promoting advocacy, and providing research-driven insight. All of these efforts aim to uplift the quality assurance profession and ensure that our members are globally competitive. So we're going to be doing the Continental Product Quality Summit and Mentorship Network. We have product quality engineering trainings and certifications, university partnership, boot camp, and so on and so forth. Those are the different ways, goals, and objectives to achieving our mission and our vision, right? I'm just going to talk about our programs. Just give you a few, tidbits about some of the things that we do. Now, our programs are designed to support members at every stage. I did mention earlier, you could be a newbie, you could be experienced, whatever your position is or your level is on that ladder, you're sure that you'll find something to do, all right? You'll find something to do. We have something for you at Testars Quarter, right? Now, whether it's the weekly learning with our study buddy or the expert conversations at our fireside chat or just hanging out during movie nights, we believe in both professional and personal development. Our mentorship programs pair newbies with experienced testers, and our events like testathons keep members engaged, sharp, and inspired. There's always something that is going on to keep you connected and to keep you growing. So I'll just talk about a few of our programs. We have the TQ Office Hour. This is a weekly support sessions that happens every Wednesday by 1 p.m. West African time. We have the Friday Study Buddy. Here we do group learning on QA topics, and it happens every Friday by 8 p.m. West African time. We have the Global Fireside Chat. Here we bring in experts from all over the world every first Saturday of the month, and they come to talk to us, to teach us, to help us, right? We have the local quarterly hangout. This is where the community in each locality or each location where they meet and they bond together every quarter. We have our mentorship program where we do one-on-one guidance, a partnership with Ladder Tech. We have our annual gatherings and conferences, where yearly events and conferences. We have the School of Software Testing, which is done in partnership with Testify Academy. We have courses that run every year across all levels of testing. We also have our fun nights, comedies, movies, and a lot of things to just make you relax. I can imagine how you'd have worked so much, and we sometimes just want to incorporate fun into what we do, right? So I'd like to talk about our footprint. Yes, we have, our vision is rooted in Africa, but we've actually grown beyond borders. Currently, we have over 10 local chapters across Africa, and we are planning to launch the Testars Quarters in Europe as well. We have Testars Quarter UK. Now, this global vision is backed by local action, right? It's big, it's worldwide, but all of this big picture happens in small puzzles, small pieces, right? So we have community hangouts, we have workshops, we have partnerships. I talked about the quarterly hangouts, right, that we do, so all of these things add up to give us that big picture of that global vision that we have. So by building bridges between education, industry, and community, we are positioning Africa and Africans as leaders in quality engineering. We are creating a connected, skilled QA workforce that is locally rooted but globally relevant. You can see that map on my screen. It's all over the world. We are taking over. It's not just in Africa, it's global. All right. So that's about our footprint. I would also talk about our community partners. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go far, go together. If you want to go fast, go alone. However, we are looking at going far, right? And this captures our spirit of community. So we also don't do things alone. We partner with people. So we've got Testify Limited, which is our parent company that's doing great stuff and supporting us in every way that we need. We have the Testify Academy that Ibironke talked about. They are the one that partner with us on our studies and the courses for testers. We have MOT Lagos, and that's Ministry of Testing Lagos. We have the Soft Tech Bro. We have Propel. We have Blast Skill, Ladder Tech Platform. We have Nexus Scale, Grammarly, and ISTQB Kenya. All of these are our partners at Testars Quarter. And we're also looking at bringing in more partners. If you want to partner with us, please jump on board. We look forward to having you. We are looking at taking over on a global scale, and we taking everything that we can get. As much as you think you can help us out or you can be a part of this vision, come on board, talk to us, and we'll definitely partner with you as well. So I'll just go on to our event. Currently, we have the APQEC, which you are a part of right now. APQEC is one of our events at Testars Quarter. Another event we have is the Testars Quarters Scholarship Bootcamp. Now, this is a bootcamp that we plan to train thousands of people who are planning to transition into tech through software testing. Currently, for the cohort, we have over 1,000 people that are registered for our first cohort, which will be graduating on Saturday. That's the third day of this event, and they will be here with us on day 3 to defend their projects. So you guys are going to see what they have for us. Other events in the year that we have the Test Suite, which is a mentorship program that changes everything for you. We have the country directors onboarding. We have Testars Quarters UK meetup in July. That will be happening in July. We have the Kenya Testars conference that's happening in September. We will also be launching our AI product and crowd testing sometime in the year. And lastly, we have the Techies Meet Testars Hangouts, which is a beachside battle of the best. I think this is for guys in Lagos, Testars Quarters, Lagos. They're having their 3.0 hangout, and it's going to be big. It's going to be massive. So how do you get involved with Testars Quarter, right? You can become a mentor. You can become a member first. Go to our website and join, fill in the form on becoming a member. You added to, or you join the Slack channel. You can also lead and or join a local chapter. Find anyone or any chapter in your area, join us there. And if you want to, you could actually be the chapter lead for your own locality. You could also volunteer to facilitate or mentor sessions. You could also partner with us, like I mentioned earlier. And another way to get involved and to get engaged with us is to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're on YouTube, watch videos. Our training sessions are on YouTube for you to learn. We are on Twitter. We are on Facebook. We're on Instagram, we're on LinkedIn, and of course our website. So go to all of these pages on social media, follow us, look at what we have there, learn. There are a lot of things for you to learn from us. And you can go to our events page at lu.ma/Testars Quarter. You'll see the list of the events that we have for the year. You could also go to our website, which is www.TestarsQuarter.org. You go there, you see the options to join him as a member, and you can follow the process and fill the form that is available there. So again, I'd like to say that joining Testars Quarter is much more than being a part of a group. It's about growth, it's about community, and it's about career transformation. We will give you the tools to succeed through mentorship, training, and access to opportunities that are often hard to find alone. You're going to gain exposure to a wider professional network and sharpen your personal brand. It's a safe space to ask questions, to share ideas, and celebrate wins, right? So please be a part of our journey, be a part of what we do at Testars Quarters. We have presence on all social media, like I mentioned. So follow us, join us. And that's Corey. I'll be ending with this. Coretta King said, the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. Now, the strength of a community lies in the actions of its members. We invite you to take your career to the next level by by joining us. Let's grow together. Let's learn. Let's connect together, because at Testars Quarter, every tester matters, and be a part of something bigger, be a part of the future of quality assurance. Join Testars Quarter community by visiting the website and joining us on Slack. So thank you very much and enjoy APQEC 2025. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Christianah. That was such an elaborate presentation about Testars Quarter. Thank you so much. We have learned a lot, and as we have seen the link in the comments, you can join Testars Quarter and partner or become a mentor with Testars Quarter as well. So click on those links that you can see, follow us on social media, on the social media platforms also shared in the comments, follow as well. So yeah, so I think right now we are ready for the first speaker of the day, who's giving us our keynote address. And Jackie, would you like to introduce our next speaker?
Okay, just a second. So our first speaker is going to be Larry Goddard. I just want to share his photo so that we see him before we actually see him. So just confirm for me whether you can see my screen.
Yes, we are still waiting for it. Is it a bug? Do you have a bug on your
That's what product quality engineers should tell us. So our first keynote address, going to give us an address on the rise of quality fast engineering in a digital economy, is Larry Goddard. He is a CTO, a test automation architect, and a creator of the open source framework Kiasi.js. With over 20 years of IT experience across airlines, telecoms, and fashion, he's also a published author. He's a mentor and an award-winning advocate of ethical AI. He's played major roles in mentoring programs like the 30% Club in the UK, and remains a global thought leader in testing and automation. Fun fact about him: he's an ex-international rugby player and a military trainer. Welcome so much, Larry. We are excited to hear from you. And you can tell us about the military training as well.
Wow. Thank you. What can I say about being in the military? That was some eons ago, and as the people say, it isn't what it is. It's just one of them things that you go through life, and I had the opportunity. I served pretty well as special forces, to be exact. So it's one of them real nice things that I could help, and it allows me to, as you would realize, I do physical training for people, and so it all stems from that. So that's the thing. And then outside of that, like you see, I play rugby, and I represented my country. I play rugby internationally, so I have that on my side as well. So when coming to physical activities, I am real hardcore, for want of a better word.
Okay, interesting. Thank you so much. Welcome.
So there you go. So thanks for inviting me on. And so now let's talk everything except rugby and military. Yeah. So we got into the whole, what. It's a pleasure to start with, just to be here to present with you guys. I think I would take the opportunity I can do a better job is introducing myself like you did. So a pleasure for that. So I don't think I need to add anything else. So what we would do is I'll share my screen. Let's just test this out. I'm sharing my screen. So how do I do that? I need to share my screen. There we go. Present. Share screen. Hold on. Just let's ensure we're seeing what I'm seeing. Share. So, okay, let me do this. Let's ensure that we're seeing the right thing. Voila. Is everybody could see that?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, let's say so. As I was well introduced, so I wouldn't add much to it. As you can see from the stack, I am Larry Goddard. I'm the test automation architect for Oxford University Press, and outside of what we call to this day and age my day job, outside of what we call I say my day job, I'm also the creator of Classy.js, and I'm a fractional CTO, keynote speaker. I'm a mentor. I'm a published author. I'm very a real advocate for ethical and responsible AI, because as we know, that is where the whole world turning into at the moment. So yeah, and that's where we know the world turning at the moment. So what I would like to do, what I would like to do is to talk about quality, and not just quality in certain things. I want to talk about quality in general, what it means in a sense, especially in today's world where competition is fierce, and your user expectation is sky high, and change is constant. It's a constant thing. So quality engineering has emerged, and it's not just a role, but it's a whole mindset thing about it. So it's a mindset, it's a culture. Yeah. So today I'll take you guys on a little journey, small journey, not too far along, but taking a small journey on product quality engineering, how it has been evolving, and how we as engineers, testers, developers, and leaders need to evolve with it. And so why does this matter? It matters because, for want of a better thing, it matters because product quality is no longer just about the whole does it work stuff, does it look right? It's a lot more than that. It's about how, and also incorporates how user expectations have evolved over time. And so it's now, quality engineering is now a whole strategic differential in the whole life cycle of what it is we're producing. Right. So let's take a brief look back, from where it was in the early days. Like I like to use the term throw over the fence. Back in the day, it was the developer product, they throw it over the fence, they get tested, they throw it back over, and we throw it back over, and they tell them this is wrong, and they fix. Go on with those days. It's not a checklist anymore. It have evolved. It have evolved. It went from the whole, as you can see, it went from the whole waterfall thing where we say throw over the fence. It went into the so-called Agile. Then we have DevOps, and now we have continuous delivery. And that is where we look at the whole, as we say, shift left thing of it. So it's about integrating quality into the development cycle in its entirety. And in doing that, automation now has become a real key player in building up, so because we build frameworks, we build pipelines, dashboards, and all these things to where we could keep track of things as they continue. And it also gives us the ability so that stakeholders could, have a look into what's going on when it's going on in real time. So in a nutshell, the bar is raising again where quality is concerned. So let's look at what the definition of quality is now. It's now about resilience, security, accessibility, performance, ethical stuff, inclusivity in things. It's all user-centric design. From it's gone. I wouldn't say full circle, but it's now not just, oh my gosh, let's do this and hope for the best. It's how it all comes down to now how product behaves in production. How it scales, how it learns, how it adapts to it. So the whole quality engineering is no longer what you call it. It's no longer it is no longer just about finding defects and putting things in place. It's all about now preventing, it's all about preventing things, predicting things, and how, the delight and things. So it belongs to everything else in terms of, course, people, processes, platforms. So what does it look like? What does the future for it look like? What is it? That is what the future look like. That is what we would hope. That is what we would like to come to. So that is what it looks like. So what I'm going to do, let me just share 5 key trends that I believe will shape the future of our product in quality engineering. 1, AI-driven quality engineering. It's all about, as we know, AI, ML, it will become integral. Not just about the execution, build for test, generate build for test generation, the maintenance, the impact analysis, and the predictiveness of quality matrix. So it's all about, think of it not just as a tool, but as a teammate. And that's how we have to look at it, now. So it's a teammate, it's not just a tool anymore. So we're already seeing AI-powered test bots that, do self-healing broken tests. It explores the whole UI autonomously, and that flags, anomalies in production data before we the humans could even see it. So the real shift will be used where is not only to automate but to advise. I mean, that's what we're looking for, and it may or may not happen in our lifetime, but that's where it's heading. Next, we have observability as a first-class citizen, and that in itself, is all about how we test the product, it's production. Testing in production, it was a taboo. It just was a taboo. It's just one of those things that you should never do. But that with the whole AI thing now, that is changing, and the way quality is brought into play. The way quality is brought into play, it gives us we can now design things in such a way that we can actually observe it from day one and pay attention and add things and and make it and look at continuous risk assessment and stuff like that. All right, my third point, if we can get this to work, there we go. My third point is all about quality engineering as a cross-functional discipline, and that in that we talk. I mean, the best quality engineers of tomorrow will not be siloed. As to start with, there will be part of there will be a part developer, part product owner, and part user advocate. So start asking the questions like, how does this feature align with the user goals? How are they? What are the edge cases against this? How do we work with it? How do we look to keep all things things together? And so we're literally entering an age where quality isn't just a test team job. Developers write tests, designers consider accessibility, product managers care about the tech debt. Quality is everybody's job now, and quality engineers becomes the glue that will just hold all those beautiful things together, going forward for the future. And then we could go on, and so the fourth point is synthetic data and ethical testing. Why? Because your data privacy becomes very critical, and real user data will become harder to use in the test environment. We shouldn't ever be using that. If we're using real data, we need to pull the data, we need to clean it, and before we can actually use it in a test environment. And with the whole AI thing, that becomes easy, and that's where the ethics come in. We have to really start paying attention to how we use data, and that's why we can use synthetic data. We can allow AI to generate these synthetic data that it doesn't really give away anything, put any personal stuff to anybody, and we can use it. Realistically, it will be diverse. It will be privacy will come first, and it will be indefinitely generatable. So we can just continue generating stuff that does not adhere and use any real data in its sense. So it's not just about functionality, it's about building ethics into the product itself. So we need to consider bias in accessibility, unintended consequences, And in the end, all the future QAs will need to think about data stewards and as data officers to keep all that clean. Keep it clean, keep it synthetic, and ensure that it works for everybody. And the fifth point is about quality engineering in the edge and quantum age. Why that is important? Because with the rise of things, especially with the edge computing, IoTs or Internet of Things, as it's one, even quantum computing itself, testing is moving and pushing us into real uncharted territories. How do we? So is an example, and as we see, how do we test a fleet of autonomous vehicles in real time? Now that's a little problem. How do we ensure that quality? Especially when we have things to do with latency, bandwidth, and the whole and the environment is varied. One a kind in Africa, a kind in the UK, a kind in the US. It's all those different environments you have to talk about, and how do we test that in real time? And now we have satellite and everything that we could just bounce things off, and that that gives us a real tough chance in where we are. So the whole going forward with all the quality engineers, they start to look at domain specific things, creating digital twins and simulation of environments, and that in itself is a lot. But we have where we could do that. We could. So bottom line is we'll just be moving away from traditional test cases to more behavioral models and the ability to do functional testing in from a system resilience point of view. And that is like I say, it's a lot, and that is where we're going now. So those are the 5 points that I think that will do. So to achieve that, what the skills will be needed for future, for future quality engineers to have? Technically, they need to be technically curious. By that I mean you have to be fluent in automation. You have to be fluent in dealing with pipelines and I'm saying it boldly. And you have to be able to know how to code, because if you cannot code in this future environment where we are, then we lose a lot of stuff. Then you have data literacy. You have to be able to to interpret data and to look to analyze it and how to look at the user's strengths. Then you have collaboration. You cannot work as a single. You will not be able to work as a single entity anymore. You will need friends, and you will need a lot of friends. So you need to be able to collaborate. We're talking about with the developers, with the product designers, with the UX, UI, with the DevOps people, and all this. And then we have to be very empathetic with what it is we're doing, especially the end user. So yeah, we have to look at the ethical consideration for the end user, not this user. It's how would it impact the user, from an ethical standpoint when we're doing that. And we have to be, and even more so, we have to be very strategic. It's not just about executing test cases anymore, but we have to be looking at and guiding people into the how and why we build things and and how we test things. In saying that, and we have to look at, like I say, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And we look at that in the sense that we have to look at tools, frameworks, and it all works with the thing we live in. You look at the teams, have to look at the value. So no test suite at all is a one fit all. None. It doesn't work like that. And the companies today that want to win on quality tomorrow, they have to bake that and they have to start baking it into the DNA from today. And that is the talk about engineers doing refactoring and doing stuff. You're celebrating 0 bug sprints, which is it's kind of hard to come by, but you can think it, and they have to invest a lot into mentorship and craftsmanship and things. So as a leader, you know how to stop. So you don't, did you test this? You don't want to do that anymore. You have to be ensuring that the product you're making is usable and accessible and resilient for everybody. All right. Now, once we have all that in place, and and it says we now have a call to action. I have a call to action for everybody now. So let's build this thing together. Let's put it there, and let's put quality inside it together. It's everybody's job, like I say, it's everybody's job in innovation to strive in culture of quality. And let's be engineers of confidence, resiliency, light. Now, once we have that, that is all is required that we could do, that we could get this thing done. So, from my point of view, it's very good. And so I should ask, I mean, are there any questions in everything that I said at the moment? Are there any questions from anybody who would like to know more? Yeah, okay, good question. We made DevOps mandatory, so why is quality engineering still treated as an add-on? You see, the thing about it is, like you say, making DevOps mandatory is one thing, but it's how you deal with everything. Making it mandatory is still what we use. It's still a silo. It's not. Is that okay? This is what we do. We're doing DevOps now. It can't anymore if you want to talk about quality. You have to say the DevOps is no part of. Yeah, DevOps is no part of the process, and and once we do that, that is the only way you get it to work as one. So if we stop treating things like I say, we don't throw things over the fence anymore, get it tested, and then they throw it back over the other side of the fence for us after. You can't do that. So it's not just making it mandatory, but it's making it a part and parcel of. And that is so. I see a question here. What if you have manual testing experience and you're not up to at Java? Then how would we learn automation? Oh, I'm glad somebody asked that question, and I'll say it like this: Java is not the only programming language out there in the world. And I say it very slowly because I don't want nobody to misunderstand. So I'll repeat, Java is not the only programming language out there. And a lot of companies, and I'm saying like a lot of companies, bringing QAs or people to do testing, and they want to teach them Java. There are a lot of things. There's JavaScript, there's this, there's that, there's a whole lot more out there. And if you're only looking at Java alone, you will, trust me, and I'm saying it bold, you will never learn. You need to look at, you could do this. Take my framework, my whole framework, Classy.js, is built on JavaScript. Node.js and thing. And then you still have Python, and you have C, and you have C# and C++. And I'm not sure why people still pushing this whole, you have to learn Java to be an automation tester. It's crazy. Very, very crazy. And it shouldn't be done, but people still do it. So my advice is learn a language that you're comfortable with, and then you could take that and look at what's out there. And you can do like me. See what is out there, realize no, that wouldn't work for me, and build your own. And you can build it within your own specific language. Okay, so what you guys could do, if you have any other questions, you could post them, and I will, once they come to me, I will respond to them later on in the day, so we could get these, we could get the program running and going. So back to you, Jacqueline.
Thank you so much, Larry. This was very, very insightful from the point of the future of quality engineering and the future of actually quality engineers. This was such an insightful session. June, what have you learned in the session?
Java is not the only programming language we can learn.
Yeah, not to say
exactly. Exactly, and I don't know why. I'm not sure why everybody just focus on Java. When it's not the only language out there, you can learn a lot of different languages that will allow you to be an automation engineer like everybody else. And I mean, for me, I know a lot of the languages, but I don't really use Java per se. I'm a JavaScript guy. The whole Node, the whole everything JavaScript. That's where I am. So, it's. I'm not sure. Look, I see that thing come there. So whenever I try to give an interview for automation, the people ask about Java and only that. Why? Because it depends on where you're going for this interview. It depends on who interviewing you. And then the next thing is, if you're going for a QA job, I actually just try to figure out, what does a programming language have to do with QA? That shouldn't even be part of the interview at all. It shouldn't even be part of it, because a programming language have nothing to do with what a QA does do, in no way, form, or fashion. It is good as a tool in your toolbar to help you as a quality insurance engineer. It's a tool. So but that actually have nothing to do with it, because you could do your job without learning our programming language, as we call it, manual testers. And so that's one of the things. So we need to start looking away from that. So there you are.
Okay, thank you so much, Larry. That was very insightful. Thank you so much for the session. I think
my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker. So again, I'll just share. Safaa Ismail. June, take it away.
Yes. Thank you, Jackie. So on to the next speaker. I hope you guys are learning a lot. Are your notebooks already halfway? I hope they are. Mine kinda is, because we have learned a lot already from Larry. So I can imagine what next you're going to learn from Safaa. So Safaa Ismail is a passionate QA engineer from Egypt, currently working at Mashrek Bank. Her focus is on testing innovative banking solutions through automation. And outside of work, she loves travel and creative projects. She's recently even started blogging about her QA experiences. And now she's exploring international roles to expand her impact in tech. So welcome so much, Safaa. I can see you're exploring international roles. Please tell us more about that, because I'm very sure there's some people here who would love to maybe come to Egypt and work with the pyramids.
Yeah, sure. Yes, welcome. Yes, welcome anytime. Yeah, you will enjoy a lot. Yes. Okay, so should I share my screen now? My slides or? Okay.
Yes, we can see your slides. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this is my agenda for today session. First, I will also introduce myself, and then I will talking about defect management, what and why, and the life cycle. And also I will talking about root cause analysis, and about I will talk about the case study I faced in Mashrek, and then QA questions. So let's start. Okay. Yes, I'm Safaa Ashraf. I'm senior QA engineer now at Mashrek Bank in Egypt. I have 9 years in quality assurance, and the key project now in Mashrek for and Mashrek Neo. It's integrated with Etisalat. It's a telecom company, and also we have in the Mashrek Neo. It's in Mashrek app, so it's for if the user want to open an account easily, a banking account. So now all the banking try to be digital. So it was added a value for me to work on these big projects like that in Mashrek. And my goal to share practical strategies for identifying and preventing defects. So let me talking about the defect management, what and why, and the life cycle for defect. So what is the defect? It's a deviation between expected results and actual results. Expected results based on the requirements with you, based on the user stories, and actual result, what it's now happening after you tested any feature. Why defect management? To ensure product quality, to reduce risk, to save time and cost for the company or the bank. Also, we have a life cycle for defect. We have like we start for like new. We will open this bug, then we'll assign it, and then we'll open it to this developer. Then we'll retest it and verify it and close. الكي rules بتاعت for defect it's for like tester and developer, QA lead and product owner for the story. We have a tool used for any defect management, like we have Jira, Bugzilla, Azure. Also we have something for test real, and also we have a GitLab. It's open source tool. Let me navigate to next slide for life cycle for the defect. So first for new, the tester will log the new defect in the board on like Jira or Azure or any tool for defect management. As then he will or she will assign it to the developer, his owners for this issue. Then he will open like it's in progress now with the developer to start to working on it. Then it will be fixed if developer resolves this issue. Then we have like a retest. So retest, we have like 3 different scenarios we can do it. If I retest it now, I can reopen if the issue still exists or the fix caused a new bug. And then I can reject it if the defect is not valid or cannot be reproduced. And the third thing, deferred if the fix is postponed to a future release due to a low priority or risk. And also we have like stage 4 provide the tester confirm the defect is resolved, closed. Then we have closed defect is officially marked closed. Okay, then now we have this slide for root cause analysis and tools and techniques. We can use it to try to know what is the root cause for this defect. What's the whole life cycle for this defect happened. So what is the RCA, root cause analysis? It's a method to identify the underlying reason a defect occurred with me or with the developer, and why it matters, prevents reoccurrence, improves quality, saves cost. We have a common technique to do the root cause. So we have like something for like 5 ways, and fishbone, it's like a diagram. And also I think Pareto analysis. And we have a tools, we can use it for this. It's a mirror to like I think to do like a diagram or design, and also in Excel sheet. It's fine, I can do in Excel sheet. And when can we apply zero cause analysis? If we have defects with high severity defects, if it's repeated issues, it's customer reported bugs. So we have the first one, the first tool, 5 ways. So we can like keep asking why until we cover the root cause for this defect. So the test case failed, why? The feature changed, why? It wasn't communicated, why? No release note, why? No process for documenting small UI changes, that's the root cause. And then we have the other way, fishbone diagram. We can like do a diagram like this. It's called Ishikawa diagram. This is visual tool to help us to categorize root cause under buckets like people, process, tools, requirements from the product owners, or environment for the working like with the team or working on the company. So I will start like to do people on untrained stuff, miscommunication between the testers and the developers, between the testers and product owners itself, between developers also, um, and the product owner itself. Like if we have process but no peer review, so it's problem UAT bugs. Tools, wrong tool we use it, no login. Environment production test mismatch. Requirements, it's unclear stories, missing stage cases. It's a big problem really in the work if we have a repeated bugs a lot, or we have a miscommunication between the testers and developers and the product owner itself. And let me try to talk about the case study happened from my experience at Mashrik now. So at Mashrik, while I'm working on a critical features for Neo, and it's a lot integration for E and Mashrik Neo. It's a digital banking apps. So I faced recurring issues in some fast-moving squads. Despite our testing efforts, I keep seeing repeated bugs, last-minute surprises a lot, and lots of back and forth between me and the developers, and also they not getting enough information or clarification about the stories they already working on it from the product owner for them. It's a big problem anyway for this job. So when we did the root cause analysis, yes, well, it discovered that product requirements weren't always clear or delivered on a time to the developers to work on it from beginning. The fixes were being made without until testing. It's not enough like a unit testing from the developers or even local testing. The features were being merged without proper sanity, no enough sanity testing from the QA for this squad. And most importantly, communication gaps between devs and the QA lead to misunderstandings. So we can improve this. We made small but powerful changes. QA started joining grooming sessions and asking questions early. We create a quick until unit test sorry review checklist. Devs were required to notify QA before merging, and we implemented a short sanity checklist for every sprint. So I think in conclusion, these steps resulted in noticeable drop in repeated issues and helped us gain UAT sign off faster and with more confidence. Um, I think I'm the faster one now. So if we have any questions, guys. Yeah,
Yeah, so in case you have any question, please put in the chats.
yeah,
I think that is one, bug management is one of the questions that do not miss in any interview. You're given a scenario on how you report a bug and how you go about the bug and how you'll interact with developers when reporting the bug as well. So I can see a question there. I don't know
yes.
if you want to
What
say
is your
something.
approach? What a high severity bug is marked as won't fix? Who who sign off and how is it communicated? Is your approach when a high severity bug is marked as okay يعني the developer uh, doesn't fix it, this bug and he don't want to fix it. So I will first communicate with him friendly and ask him why you mark it as like that and it's a high severity bug. Then I will check with our product owners if it's now in our release or not. Okay, if it's not in our release note, so we can uh, defer it in the next release, but it will be like a high severity bug and also high priority to fix it from the developer. And if it's not and he's just mark it like that. I will sure discuss with him friendly. Then I will try to know what is the problem for it to fix it as soon as possible. Then if it's say no, I will not fix it. I will discuss with his like lead or his product owner to try to get solution for this and try to fix it as soon as possible. Yeah. So that's it. So anyone having any question?
I think that's where collaboration comes in.
Uh, there,
Yeah,
what
there's
is
another
the biggest
question.
challenge you faced working with Mushrik, and what was the steps you followed in solving the problem? Okay, one of the challenge, like I said in these slides, when I faced issues with one squad with us for like I can see repeated bugs a lot back and forth between me and between them. So I started to schedule a meeting with the product owner with my squad and the product owner with the other squad. I have issues with them. Then we start like to add like some process to follow with the next feature to try like to solve these problems. And also I have other challenge with it. We have like an automation team um, in Mashrik, but they not following with me. They not helping me a lot. So I started like to question them. I sent the mail to my manager, to my product owners, also to the chapter lead for the automation team to start to make for me a training and they starting like to follow with me also. I'm always starting like to be friendly with the other people, but if they not friendly, I'm trying like to make a formal process. So that's it. Which automation tool do you use? We using now Appium, okay, and we have a framework, but it's for Mashrik only. It's Fitnessy. I can't see any tutorial for this framework. The language for Fitnessy framework it's Jerkin technique. It's like BDD technique. So we using Appium also for mobile automation. So that's Um, anyone want to ask a question about Egypt? Even ask me anything.
Yes, so far as
Okay.
we wait for other people to ask their questions, please guys ask
Yes.
your questions as well. I have a question of how is the adoption of QA in the banking sector in Egypt? Is it how is the adoption?
How is what? Sorry, the
The
QAs.
adoption of quality engineering, yes, of quality engineering QA in Egypt in the banking
Oh,
sector. How is the
in
adoption?
yes, يعني like now I'm a senior QA at Mashrik, and also I having like three other QAs. يعني so we can يعني we usually working on these projects. We have like three journeys in every project we having now. Also, we working on agile. So like, يعني, if I got your question right, okay.
Yes, yes, yes. I just wanted to know how the adoption in Egypt of in the banking sector is it really do they embrace quality engineering?
Yes, yes,
That is great.
yeah.
We also have another question. Yes.
How do you handle testing during a short time? Yeah, it's a big problem really, but for this one, if like I have now, يعني we having now also a production test or UET testing. So if like we have just short time to coverage all the testing, all the scenarios from three journeys. So I'm starting like to work till night to cover it, all this. Also now, because I'm having other QAs, so I'm starting like to get help from them. Then I can like deliver the testing and finish it in a short time. Can you write on chat the tool name? For the framework, you mean? Okay, I will write for framework name. Let me see. Yes, I added here. Yes.
Right. So Safaa is giving us the name of the tool, and then we're going to comment
Check.
it there. Yes, yes, you've done that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Fit
Welcome.
fitness. Oh yes, we have another question. Yes, we have another
Ah,
question.
what methodology we use working with the banking app? Methodology like that. يعني we having a digital applications now in the mobile app. So we're starting like to do the normal testing process, but also we having like more like to coverage all the scenarios from the features for the banking. Like we can do more effort for focusing on this, for do a lot of scenarios to start like to search about the يعني, more items to focus when while we testing in the banking app. Um, so يعني that's it.
I actually have a question about the
Uh,
banking industry. So, do we have a separate set for penetration testers, or we have, you
we
know,
have yes, we have a team for penetration testing. We have a pen testing team. They doing also the testing from their side, but it's not from me. I can just like help them for like credentials, test users for every project.
okay.
Yeah.
I think we have two additional questions.
Uh, what is the best tool a beginner learn to begin to being able to secure a join fast in the industry? Like banking, you mean? يعني a beginner tool also for what يعني for automation or for manual or just write to me in the comment.
Yeah.
Okay, let me yes, let me okay see the other question. How you handle test data for banking? Assume testing data for banking domain are written restricted. Yes, not like that, but for test data, I'm handling. Also, we using like a VDI. Okay, we have yes a lot of security in the laptop. So we're using a VDI. We have like a FlexiCube. It's a core banking to check all the data I already created from the front end side. We having also the database side. I should like to check all the data I already created from the apps to see the reflection for them. It's correctly added in our DB. So that's it. يعني. Um, what tools will you recommend for our beginner to learn in order to secure a job as soon as possible? I didn't understand you يعني for which يعني tools for which automation manual. Okay, for manual testing يعني I think يعني you have like tools like for manual يعني now I'm using Azure for raise bugs for add test cases. Um, يعني I think nothing like that. You should like to learn how you can identify the bugs, how you can raise it in a simple way to developer in Azure or in Jira, to learn how you can like add a more scenarios outside the box, to try to coverage all the scenarios like for the يعني something high priority now with us. So that's it. How do you cover test coverage? How do you cover test coverage? يعني I'm start like to add my test cases, my scenarios, my all scenarios, checking the requirements with me, checking the design, and try like to coverage all scenarios from the front end side, from the back end side. To try also we having now browser stack tool, if you know, so I can like do a test coverage for all the different devices, okay, to check the UI screens for the customer. So that's it. What tools did you use for manual testing? How did it in the banking app Mashrik? For manual testing, I'm just using like guys Azure. We using يعني Azure I think only for manual testing. يعني I can raise any bugs, any test cases on it. يعني so that's it. Um, um,
Thank you,
so
Safaa. I think one last question. Do you use Fina call for core banking?
do what? Sorry, do you use
Fina
Finacol for
call.
core banking? No, I'm using FlexiCube for core banking.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Safaa.
Yes, thank you.
This was very insightful. As I mentioned earlier, bug management is one of the questions. It's a must question when it comes to interviews.
Yes.
So, June, I'll send it to you to just take us on break now.
Yes. So again, thank you so much, Safaa. That was amazing. And also the questions from everyone who has asked the questions. Thank you so much. So right now we are going to go on a short break, not a long break, a short lunch break, because we know we have sat for a while. If you are actually sitting or standing, I've seen people work while standing sometimes, which is a good, or walking. Jackie, have you seen people walking with the walking pads and walking, right? So
Yes.
thank you. Yes, yes. So we just want to take a short break for around 10 minutes, where you go get yourself a snack, some water, coffee, whatever you want to just replenish your energy before we continue with the next session. After our break, we are discussing about AI and machine learning and how it is disrupting software testing. I don't think you want to miss this. So don't even leave YouTube, just leave it there. Open somewhere, if it's on your phone, on your laptop, don't leave. It's going to be very exciting. So yeah, so take a 10 minutes break and we will be back in the next 10 minutes. So according to your time, just add 10 more minutes. 10, so 2:45 for those in Kenya, 12:45 for those in Nigeria. What about those in Egypt and Ethiopia? I think we need to open um, a time zone for each and every
Time.
person that is there,
Yes.
even India. All
Yes, we
right.
need
So yeah. Yes. Sorry, Jackie.
Yes, we need a time zone check for all the countries that are here.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you. Let's take the 10-minute break. We'll be back in the next 10 minutes.
Think Waka Now. Think Visa. Think Waka Now. Think hotels. Think Waka Now. Think holidays.
Raise your voice and shout. Come on.
I go now road, they say I don't know road. Every me mom, now in they move me, they lead me, they go. On God, mine is made up. Of course, no going back. Non-stop, on 240. There she gone, oh damn it, road. Yeah, I'm steady, revving, monte throttle. Got eyes on the prize. Bapanda, any police snatch me from his hand. If I just you know why we read back to me. That's why I call you.
I can never turn back. It's already too late. It won't make sense. Where am I going to? It's already too late. I've already come too far. It's already too late. We won the war. We will spend the billions. We'll spend the billions. We will spend for Jesus. We'll spend for Jesus. We will shift the culture. We will heal the sick. We will raise the dead. Transform the nation. See we hear well done. We will fund the war. We will spend the billions. We will spend for Jesus. See we shift the culture. We will heal the sick. We will raise the dead. Transform the nations. See we hear well done. To follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning back.
I think our 10 minutes is almost over.
Yes.
June, what did you get? Water?
I always have my water. It keeps me young.
Yes, we can clearly see that on your face. Yes.
Thank
So
you.
as June is advising us, please take your water, hydrate. I recently learned about putting cucumber in water. It's very refreshing. I can advise all of you, please do that often. Yeah, so I hope everyone is back. I hope you did not leave yet. We're going to a very exciting section. The buzzword, the thing that is in tech right now, AI. If you're back, just say we're back. We're back. As we wait for our next speaker, Joyce, to take us through a session on how AI and machine learning are disrupting software testing. So Joyce, I hope you're ready. I'm sure most of us are looking forward to this one. June, have you tried to build a website with the help of ChatGPT? June is not responding. I'm guessing the answer is yes. Hi Joyce. Hi. It's a pleasure having you here. So
Hi.
I'll just give you a brief introduction about the lady of the hour. Joyce is a first-year software engineering student from Cameroon with 2 years of hands-on QA experience. She began with Cypress, then moved to Playwright for automation, and is known for her strong test planning, bug reporting, and software reliability practices. Her goal is to enhance users' experience through robust test strategies, especially in the area of AI. Joyce, thank you so much for taking the time, and I welcome you to start your session.
Okay, thank you for introducing me. So, once more, good evening or good afternoon, depending on your actual location. As said, my name is Joyce. I'm a quality assurance engineer from Cameroon. So, for this first edition of the APQEC 2025, it's quite an honor for me to be part of you. And I'm going to entertain you on the subject how artificial intelligence and machine learning are disrupting software testing. Actually, it would have been awkward to go through this 3-day conference without talking about artificial intelligence. So just have a seat and enjoy the moment. So this subject will go on 5 major articulations. The first one being a general introduction to AI and machine learning in software testing, with the objective here of we estimate that we can need artificial intelligence and machine learning in software testing. So the next one will be key AI and machine learning driven techniques. Here we're going to look at already existing techniques and how they are applied in software testing. Next, we'll look at the benefits of using AI and machine learning in software testing. Now, using artificial intelligence makes things easier. But does it mean that all along the way things will be easy? No. Reason why the next articulation will be about the challenges or the difficulties in using AI and machine learning in software testing. And we end by looking at the overall impact. So let's start with an introduction on AI and machine learning in software testing. So one of the main expressions for this conference, one of the main words, one of the key words is quality. Quality and quality again. So it's quite easy to understand or to verify the quality of something tangible, like a shoe. I have a shoe. At my first sight, I can know if it's a shoe of quality. And in addition to that, I can expose the shoe to external features like rain or like sun. And depending on the way the shoe will react to these external factors, I will know if the shoe is of quality or not. So in other words, I'm kind of testing the shoe. That's exactly what we do as software testers. We test our software to ensure that it meets our users' expectations and if it meets specified requirements. So why is software testing important? It's important to identify bugs, to identify errors, and to reduce the maximum number of bugs before the software lays in the hands of the end user. can see on my screen, we have a software testing lifecycle. There are certain actions that we do in order to ensure that the software is of quality. Now, we know software testing, and what we can retain from this is that software testing needs in human effort and needs us to put in some effort to get to verify if the software is really of quality. So it's not something we just sit and we observe and we conclude. No, we need to put in some effort to generate tests, to go through verifications again and again. Now, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is simply making computer systems or machines to act like human beings. So using artificial intelligence is like going to somebody who has much more expertise and submit him a problem, and we wait from the person to give us feedback about our problem. So the artificial intelligence is there to help us to carry out some other tasks, just like a human being would have given us some aid. Now we have common and general artificial intelligence. We have ChatGPT, we have Gemini, and during my researches, I fell on Buganda AI. This is an artificial intelligence that permits to make research in a native African language. I think it's from Uganda. So I found it, so I found it interesting to why searching to also look at African evolution in the domain of artificial intelligence. So now, knowing that software testing demands effort and knowing that artificial intelligence can help us in those efforts, what's machine learning? Sorry, I just received a message. You guys are barely hearing me. I don't know if now you can get me. I'll try to speak louder. So, I was talking about machine learning. Now, machine learning, in this case, we give quantity of data to a computer or to a machine, and now the machine will learn from all the data submitted to him and predict or make decisions based on what we submitted to the machine. Now, getting to this point, why can we say that we need artificial intelligence and machine learning in software testing? Looking at the fact that software testing requires some efforts, artificial intelligence and machine learning can be that aid that will help us to carry out our software testing activities. If we are in a company where we need 5 testers, 5 quality assurance engineers, and in terms of human resources, we have just 2, the testing process will take a long time. So AI and machine learning are tools that will help us to meet the same objective we would have met if we actually had all the 5 QA or all the 5 testers. Now, we will be now looking at key AI and machine learning driven testing techniques, looking at techniques that already exist and how they help us in the software testing process. So one of the techniques is intelligent test case generation. So in this case, artificial intelligence or machine learning can help the software tester to automatically generate test cases, either from requirements or from models or from usage data. So in this case, we have an example of a tool called TestRail, which uses natural language and converts human readable requirements like user stories or acceptance criteria into structured test cases. We currently have Graph Worker, which in turn uses formal models like UML diagrams to automatically generate test cases. So at the level of test case generation, AI can be useful and techniques already exist which actually do that. Another step of the software testing process where AI can be useful is in test case prioritization. Having all the test cases on point, we need to prioritize them. Depending on each enterprise, it can be on based on the complexity of the test execution, based on the business impact, like what the end users want right now. So AI can still help us in these domains. For example, we have testers.ai, which evaluates risk factors like code complexity and past defects to prioritize test cases dynamically. So it will also examine the test cases the software tester has, and it will give it either a high priority or a low priority depending on the factor it uses to determine the test case priority. We also have Marble, which uses machine learning to prioritize test cases, and in this case, it identifies frequently used features. So frequently used features can be much more easier to build up. So in this case, it will give a high priority to such test cases. Another domain in which AI and machine learning are useful is test scripting and execution. We know it's quite a tedious phase to code, to write, yes, to write code. So if we have an AI that can help us to achieve this in a shorter time, it requires useful. So the execution can be done in different ways. Certain tools or certain platforms permit us to get to the site or to the application we want to test, and as it is clicking on each button or on each page on the tool, it records the locators such that at the end we have the code. And other platforms just execute the test on the code based on predefined conditions. So you tell your tool you want a test that does this, that does that. It will go to the site, it will test the site, and it will tell you if the test has passed or if the test has failed. The next domain in which it is useful is in self-healing test scripts. Here is the ability of the system to test automatically and detect issues and correct them without human intervention. This is useful when we have new releases of applications we develop in companies. So at each new release, some locators may be changed or the UI itself can change. So artificial intelligence can help us with user pattern recognitions to detect UI changes. And as long as it detects the changes, it updates them automatically. And lastly, we'll talk about prediction. Because as we said in introduction, software testing is not only about verifying if the software actually works, it also verifies if the software meets standards. So it will look at cyber security attacks and verify that the code we are writing or the way in which we are structuring our code prevents external attacks. We have, for example, a tool called Snag. This tool can be integrated in Bitbucket, for example, and plays the role of a code reviewer. So just like any other developer in the company will review the code, Snag will also review the code, and it can detect a line of code where there can be an SQL injection, for example, and it will return the error before the branch on which the error is signal is merged to the other branches. So there are so many other domains of software testing in which AI and machine language can help us. This was just to name a few. Now that we understand why it can be used, why AI can be useful in software testing, and we have examined already existing tools, next we will look at the benefits of AI and machine learning in software testing. Before going to that, you can go to Logic Boss. It's a very interesting tool that can perform all the 5 actions I mentioned previously, all the 5 actions of the software testing development. Logic Boss can help you to achieve them. So this is an interesting tool. You can go and check it and exercise yourself and just play up with it. So now let's look at the benefits of AI and machine learning in software testing. It's obvious that having an artificial intelligence or using machine language to reduce time and to be faster in test execution is quite a very great advantage. So using these tools increases speed in test case, setting up, execution, and even results. So next, accuracy. Why accuracy? Because faster test case generation permits you to, for example, have smarter bug detections. there can be areas where a human being is not capable of seeing a mistake or predicting a bird. AI and software learning can help at that level. Next, we have coverage. Coverage is upgraded using AI and machine learning, for example, because AI can equally help to generate test data. As a human being, the test data we use can sometimes be limited, but an AI can give you test data that covers a large scope that takes into consideration so many different situations. Also, we have maintenance. The self-healing tools that help in AI and machine learning are very useful because you don't need to always go and update the code all the time. It's true. No matter what the AI will do, there will always need to be the intervention of human for review because obviously the AI may not always be accurate in at 100% level. So this brings us to the next point, the challenges or the difficulties of using AI and machine learning in software testing. Is it that easy? Is it because we are using AI, everything is just easy, we'll just sit and the AI will do everything? No. First point, the quantity of data. If I'm a new company or I'm just creating a project, if I directly implement AI in my project, the AI may not have sufficient data to generate exact either test cases or test scripts. So AI requires large volume of data to learn patterns and make accurate predictions. So AI can give false results if we use it for primary projects or for first time launching projects. Next, data privacy and security concerns. Not all projects are AI usable because some projects really have strict data access restrictions. And in this case, it's very hard to implement AI models, to implement artificial intelligence or machine learning to which we will give confidential data from it to learn from it. So there are certain projects in which we really cannot implement artificial intelligence. Cost and resource requirements. All the tools I cited in the second articulation, majority of them you need to pay. Yes, they will give you a free version, you will use it for a certain period of time, but after you need to pay. And honestly, the prices are not always that small. So for certain companies, this will not be possible because it will lead them to spend so much money in using these tools. Now, for other companies who will decide not to use already existing tools and to build their own personal tools, it will take time for them to benefit because the first releases will not always give accurate results. If we build a tool to help us make tests and we build it in a relatively short period of time, trust me, the result will be 20, even 10% accurate. So in this case, it's really not used. So having all this in mind, which impact does AI have overall? Of course, the positive aspect of it comes from the third articulation in which I was talking about the benefits of AI. It increases speed, you have more accurate tests. So it is accelerating software development cycles and enhancing software quality. Also, it enables engineers to focus on innovation rather than repetitive tasks. At the level of self-healing testing, you don't always have to go and update the code. So there are certain things you won't do many times because AI helps you to do that. But on the other hand, if we just sit, knowing that we have the tool that does the job for us, we just prompt and then the AI will do this, the AI will do that, we may lose our tester skill set. And who knows? Something can happen. Nobody knows what the future will bring. But if ever we cannot more use AI or machine learning, how do we do? Do we lose our job? Obviously, the lazy ones will lose, but the smarter ones will advance with artificial intelligence. So my final thought concerning this topic is that artificial intelligence is not replacing me, it's not replacing you, it's not replacing us. It's replacing the lazy me. It's replacing the lazy you. It's replacing the lazy us. Because as the world is advancing, we do not need to stay behind. We need to advance together with the world. So, as I said, the lazy ones will remain behind, and the smarter ones will advance with the AI. Now, what about Africa? This summit is an African summit. Are we at the same level with the advancing AI techniques in the domain of software testing? My point is, it's true that there are already existing techniques, but 50%, 60, 70% of those techniques are Western techniques. So, do we have techniques? Do we have tools proper to Africa? If we don't, will you be the one? Will I be the one to set up such a tool? You have the answer in your heart. So, thank you for listening to me, and I hope you enjoy the session.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for that insightful session on if our jobs will be replaced. At least you have told us it will only replace those of us who are lazy, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yes. And as we, oh yes, there are some questions. We have one from Mohammed. Yes.
Okay. Can we assume that companies can rely on agentic AI tester tools for its assistance tool for QA? As I said in my development, it's just a help, but it cannot replace. You cannot have a company in which you do not have a human QA, and your QA is an AI-based tool, because the AI tool is not 100% accurate. The prompt cannot always be 100% accurate. You always need human intervention to verify if what the AI gave as result is in accordance with what your project really does. Because if you just go in with the AI result, you may end up having bugs that you could avoid if you tested before. So, no, you can't have a company in which you don't have a physical QA, you have an AI QA. Because if it was the case, even to develop apps, there are AI tools, there are AI helper tools that do it. So it's just like we're imagining a company in which the front end, the back end, the QA are just artificial intelligence. So this won't be, it won't be accurate at all.
Thank you for that answer, Joyce. You can see a comment there as well.
Yes, the lazy ones will be replaced and the smarter ones will go along with the AI.
Yeah.
Yes, keep on asking. We have a few minutes to answer for Joyce to answer some questions. Maybe I can just ask one before maybe you just answer one more. But yes, here, there's one. Answer that one first from Success David.
Okay. Do we have some prompts using these AI tools? If you have a project and you prompt your description, your user criteria, on let's say ChatGPT for the simplest one, then you have an application that does this, that does that, and you want, for example, it tests, you want a number of test cases for the application, it will generate. So just simple ChatGPT can help you do this job. But now there are other specific tools that use QA expertise, QA learning patterns that will give much more significant answers. But even ChatGPT, can help you do that. Is there any tool that I recommend and any tutorial? In my presentation, I gave Logic Boss as a tool. During my research, I found out that it's a very interesting tool. So you can just note it somewhere, Logic Boss, and you go and play up with it and you see all what it can permit to do. It's a very amazing thing. But just as I said, you should always review because the problem is always get 100% accurate. How do you ensure AI-generated test case align with real business requirements and not just surface-level code logic? This is where you as the human will intervene because you know what you're working on. So to ensure the test cases align with what you're working on, you need to review. Because if the AI generated something that is totally out of what you're working on, you obviously not use it in your testing process. So you are the one to ensure the AI is just a helper, but you are the one to ensure and confirm that yes, you will use this and you will do it, or you will use that. I talked about logic box. Logic box, there's so many tools. You have Marble, you have logic box, you have testars.ai. There are so many tools. So you can just search and clear up with it. Thank you, thank you. What are the tools? What are the AI tools you interacted with working as a tester? And does it have a guide? Please list. Okay, for example, when I'm coding, I have Copilot. If I'm blocked at a certain level, I can ask Copilot to help me. Now, depending on the result it will give me, I will understand if it really helps me or not. The simplest example is ChatGPT. Yeah, I sometimes use it. So I'll prompt if I need something, if I don't want to use Copilot, I go to ChatGPT or I go to Marble. And I'm actually working on the tool that will use AI to generate test cases and, if possible, execute them. So it's not yet on point, but I'm working on that. So I want to be able to use my own tool and not to pay an external tool. They'll actually pay their own. So I prefer working on something I build, and then I'll be able to use as much as I want. But there are so many tools that you can use.
Thank you so much, Joyce. I think for me, I've used myself. I've used TestRail for a while, but I've never realized that it has the AI aspect. So that is also a challenge to me to go explore that on TestRail. There's one extra. Just send your questions, everyone. Mohammed is saying it's going to make us lazy. I think it's going. Muhammad is saying that AI is going to make us more lazy.
As I said, it makes lazy those who want to be lazy. So those who want to advance with the AI will advance because all those tools have documentation. You can go search the documentation and understand how it works. So if you have a tool that facilitates you to do certain things, and in addition to that, you understand how it works, you cannot be lazy because you know what you're doing. And if by tomorrow the tool is not more available, you understand how the tool works. You can continue working like that, even if the tool is not present. What are the capabilities that you are utilizing of AI in software testing? Okay, I use AI to generate test cases. Yes. But most of the time I use it in the code scripting, because as a tester, there are certain specific requirements you need to meet. You won't just write a test that will execute once. You need to make sure that the test will execute as multiple times on different platforms. So sometimes it is still just to get to that result, and I use AI to help me have accurate codes and for the test to execute as it's supposed to. AI feeds on data. I have read somewhere that we should care for the information or questions we feed into company-wise. It's true. Yes, it's true. I said one of the disadvantages of AI is that each time you prompt something, it registers what you prompted. Each information it gives to the AI, it stores it in the cloud. So at any point in time, it can be brought up. So you need to think wisely depending on the type of project you have. If you have a project where the data is very, very sensitive, you'll be very careful the way you use the AI. So human intervention, you check, you know your project, you know what's sensible, you know what's not sensible, and you should know what to prompt. Prompt wisely.
Thank you so much, Joyce. Success David was asking if you're a developer. Maybe you can write it in the comments and and explain if you are also a developer as well. Right. So we move on to the next session. Oh, sorry. You wanted to say something, Joyce?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. It was an insightful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so then we move on to our next session. We are still on the buzzword and the topic of AI. We haven't left yet, and our next session will be discussing about how to build intelligent test automation pipelines, test automation pipelines by Atwine Nickson. And just a small bio by him, a good one, is Nickson is a Ugandan QA engineer, as you can see from the flag, with 5 years of experience in testing, web, mobile API and desktop applications. He's skilled in frameworks and tools that ensure seamless integrations, API performance and database-based testing. With a passion for automation and quality fast development, he's shaping scalable and intelligent QA pipelines. So welcome so much, Atwine. Are you here with us? We would like to see you as well. Yes, there we go. Yeah, as Atwine is fixing his camera so that he can even speak to us. Atwine, you can interrupt us at any point. It is now your session, not ours. It is not ours anymore. Jackie, how are you using AI in testing?
Test case generation.
Wow.
Getting gherkin tests from the famous ChatGPT. It's the easiest way of getting tests being generated. So test case generation. I actually saw from the slides that you can use it for self-healing, test case prioritization. Yeah, I mean, AI is here. I think it's here to stay, and we need to be able to know how to get into it and not be left behind. How do you use it?
Yeah, that's very, very true. We are on this. That's why we are moderators. We're on the same page with everything. Yes. Test case. It has reduced most of my time. Before, when we were using, when we were not using AI, it used to take a lot of time to generate test cases. But now, yeah, it has reduced our time. Yes.
So just confirming that our speaker is ready. Atwine, are we ready to go? Okay.
I hope you're also enjoying the session. You can add in more comments, what you're learning. Doesn't have to be questions only. The schedule has been shared, Ima, as you can see there. Yes, Atwine, I see you have said so. Yes, we are waiting for you so that we can start. We're excited to learn about how to integrate test AI into our pipelines.
Mr. Red is saying that he asked AI to write his test cases, and now he's just supervising it like a suspicious parent. That's very interesting. That's what it's there for. It's taking the easier work from us for us to, think about the hard bits. Yeah.
I think I'm also with Meseret, because sometimes, when you generate test cases and then you don't get the feedback you want, sometimes I'm scolding the chat GPT as if it's it's a child. And I do that a lot. So, yeah. So I totally get where Meseret is coming from.
Okay.
Yes. So we are still waiting for our speaker, Atwine Nickson. Yeah, as we are waiting for him, if you have seen the schedule, what's the next topic if you have seen the schedule? Functional automation testing for mobile applications, where we're going to look at some strategies for scalable and reliable testing. Oh, Atwine is here.
We can see you.
Finally, let's blame it on bugs. Like we blame everything on bugs.
Who's the product quality engineer of
Yes, Olamide, yes. ChatGPT apologizes all the time. Yeah,
Yeah.
Atwine, you can hear us? If you're speaking, we can't hear you. We can just see your smile. I hope you can see us as well.
Yeah, we can't hear you, however.
Yeah. We can't hear you, but we can see you. Again, more bugs, right, Jackie?
Yeah. I wanted to blame it on the network, but no, it's the QA probably must be the that's the most common reason for any any failure of products.
Yet, as we learned today, quality is belongs to everyone. It's not only for the QAs. I remember
Yeah.
Larry talking about that. Yeah, like it should be a culture, not QAs only are responsible for quality in the organization.
Okay. I think we can move on to the next speaker as we wait for Atwine.
Yeah, sure, we can do that. I see I'm being told my prompts are not that good. I'm really feeling so they're basically saying the way I'm doing my testing is not that good. Wow. Yes. But I have learned. Yes, I don't have screenshots right now. You then I don't have them. But yes, I have gotten the point. Jackie, please go on to the next speaker as I digest what Uden has said.
What you been told. Okay, so as we wait for Atwine to set up his QA related issue, we'll move to Takur. So he's going to take us through a workshop of functional automation testing for mobile application. And just a brief on Takur. He's from Cameroon. He's ISTQB certified QA expert with 7+ years of experience in manual and automated testing. He specializes in mobile app testing using tools like APM and Maestro and integrates testing framework into CI/CD pipelines. His expertise also spans through performance test and API testing, driven by a strong DevOps and Agile foundation. So we look forward to listening to, rather also watching the workshop. Chako, if you can hear me, just confirm and then we can proceed.
As we wait for Taco, Jackie, I can see people are really using ChatGPT. It said Olamide is saying that she recently experienced a bug with WhatsApp, and AI helped resolve the WhatsApp bug.
Courtesy of ChatGPT.
Yes.
Actually, I think ChatGPT is the first, AI tool that made us all aware about AI. Yeah. So hats off to OpenAI team.
Yeah.
In case you work with OpenAI, please just say it on the chat so that we can buy you tea at the end of the session.
I don't know if the people have used DeepSeek as well.
Mm-hmm.
Jackie, do you have experience with that? To be honest, it's just ChatGPT. If I show you my tabs right now, it's ChatGPT. We need to explore.
Yeah. Change is very hard. Change, not many people enjoy change. I'm one of those people.
I
Yeah.
wonder. I wonder how you test different domains then if you don't like change. For us quality engineers, we are always testing one domain and moving to the next.
Yeah. Okay. So interestingly, I've been in fintech, I've been in networking, but still, they're two different things. Change. I mean, change when say you're using a Lemok 10 and you're moved to, test rail. It takes a minute to transition to a different tool. But then again, the advantage is that you're going to have experience in many tools. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
So, interestingly, I've been in fintech, I've been in networking, but still,
We can see you.
We can see you.
And hear you. We can hear ourselves as well.
Hello, everyone. Can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. Now we get into functional automation testing for mobile application.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Well, due to the fact that the previous speaker never had was not set to go, so I have to step in to make sure that the program moves in swiftly. So, in order to prevent any inconvenience in terms of network, I am going to be presenting a workshop. So, recorded the session to kind of overcome any network latency. We know we are in Africa, and I did a risk analysis as a QA and preview that a lot could happen. So, considering the fact like having a limited amount of RAM running at the same time can cause breakage in a lot of automation execution. So, anticipating each and every one of those aspects, I decided to create a record during a convenient time where my local machine had a lot of breathing space, so everything could run smoothly. So I will simply share the link and the recording on the video, and I will be available at the end of the video to answer every single question each and everyone has. So please, everyone, sit back, enjoy. The video is self-explanatory. It's going to be fun. It's going to be enjoyable. It's an end-to-end session. So I am going to presently share. I will present my screen and I will share the record of the session. Stay tuned. All right, can I have an indication if my screen is visible for everyone to see?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Great. And we have the link to the end-to-end session presentation of the workshop. So I used Vimeo to show that record right up to 30 minutes, which is the time period that the workshop has to take to ensure that there is ample time for each and everyone to have their questions asked and have and receive an appropriate response. Okay. Okay. There you go.
Just an update, Taco. We can't hear, but we can see.
Hello.
We can't hear
Let me make sure that is sorted.
But you can see the video, yeah.
Okay.
Just an update, Taco. We can't hear, but you can see.
Okay, all right. Let me get that sorted out.
Hi, Louise. I think when you were sharing your screen, you are not sharing the audio. So you might want to stop sharing and try to reshare and select the sound.
All right. My mic is not muted.
Click on the share.
On the sheet.
You're not sharing the sound. You did not share the sound again.
The sound is it's on.
Can you play it? Let's see. Play from the video. Let's hear.
Okay.
No. I think you might just have to do your presentation. We can't hear the audio.
Oh, so everything was kind of rushed. And also busy at this. I needed time to actually make sure that I was set.
Can you go ahead with your workshop directly rather than the audio, so we don't keep people waiting?
There's going to be a lot of break.
Just talk to them on the group. I don't know. Tired.
Okay, as we wait for Louis to, that, again, I think it's a topic that we should discuss in the next APQEC session. We need Starlink in our houses now. June, if you're around, just let me know whether you have Starlink. There's a comment there from Udenmat. Still on the topic of AI, as we wait for our automation of mobile testing, he says, he's trying to direct us on the prompt engineering in this case. So write me test cases for the different functionalities for each criterion in the screenshots. I have attached the base of the screenshot and screenshot of each criterion. So June, that's where prompt engineering comes in.
I have agreed. I am still digesting everything that Aden has told me. I can see the comments. I'm even taking screenshots as well. I will come back with feedback in the next APEC conference 2026. You guys wait for me. I'll have so much feedback for you.
Yeah.
Yes, but thank you so much, Aden, for all the tips that you're giving us. We are learning a lot. That's what we do, right? Like learning from each other.
Yeah. So
I think
yes. We're just keeping everyone company as we wait for you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you, Taco.
Okay. All right. Can everyone hear me? So, okay, so we will simply have the presentation live, and we are going to try to cover up for any network latency. Fortunately, it's not going to disappoint us. I hope everyone can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. And is my screen visible so we can begin?
Lois, are you sharing your screen properly? We can see so many screens intertwined into more. Maybe just share the presentation
so Africa,
only. All right, good now.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, good now. Maybe just you just expand it, zoom out so that we don't see the rest of the. There's that the thing here on Canva down here. What are those two arrows that look like this? I don't know how to explain that. The expanding arrows on your right.
Expanding arrows.
Yes. No, yes, that one. Yes.
I will need my screen. I will need to navigate on my local machine.
Okay, you can still navigate though, even if you have that. You just use the arrows on your machine.
My local machine to demonstrate. Hope that is clear.
Yes, we were saying that you can still navigate if you still click on those expand arrows with your arrows in your screen. Oh no, not the screen. Sorry, on your laptop. That works too for Canva as well.
Yes, of course. I'm aware of that. Okay. Hello, Africa. I apologize for any inconvenience. I was actually in the middle of preparing my session and making sure that everything was good to go.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the previous speaker.
You can proceed, Lois.
June, this is Nickson. Can I proceed?
Yes. Sorry, everyone, for all the confusion that, yeah, we are extremely sorry. Apologies from us. Atwine, I see you're ready to go. You've even presented. So yeah, you can continue. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay, sure. Hello, everyone. I think it is a good afternoon from Uganda. I'm in Kampala, East Africa. I know we have people from all over Africa, so wherever you, I hope you're doing very fine. My name is Atwine Nickson, and I'm a quality assurance engineer working for the government of Uganda, especially in ensuring the projects that are being procured by the government, especially when it has to do with external contractors meeting the standards of what is expected by the Ugandans that are going to consume these applications. A brief overview, I have Atwine as my name in case you want to know what it means. It's a local language name. normally in our local language, they normally baptize us with names relating to God, like what God does for you. So Atwine means God has us. So anything that you can define as God can do something for us is converted to a name. So Atwine means God has us. So you could say God has us Nickson as my name. So today I'm going to be taking through AI in QA automation. I believe in the past 5 years, AI has really taken a huge step, especially during COVID, when people actually started using laptops and internet, and teachers started teaching using Zoom. So for the past 5 years, there have been a huge shift in AI, and we have seen it in these past few years in how it has been able to come into our work environments and try to dictate on how we are working. We have seen companies try to change the way they do their work, the way they actually do the hiring. We see AI doing almost 90% of the hiring. Now, when it comes to quality assurance, it has really also started taking shape in how people in developing softwares in the IT industry are also incorporating AI when they are delivering AI software products. And one of the things that we normally ensure in quality assurance is quality. So I believe anyone who joins the quality assurance team normally, they really want to ensure that as much as in our private lives, we want to have quality things. When you're constructing a house, when you're buying a house, when you're buying a car or a phone, anything you do, choosing partners, anything, choosing schools, the universities that you attend from your young age, our parents, even up to us now that are also become parents, we want to ensure quality in whatever we do. So it is very important for businesses, especially in the IT sector, to ensure quality, and also quality being a tiresome process. We can't really run away from AI that comes in to ensure that everything that is being done is always very smooth, and ensuring that products can be delivered at a high quality speed. So as we go through AI, like AI, it has really taken stages from around the 1980s to the current and also the future. We've seen people have been from different stages of life cycle development, from the waterfall model to the agile model. Now we are in the DevOps. Someone was talking of ML ops, machine learning ops, something that is different from DevOps, but kind of related. And also we are going to find ourselves also as QA joining such kind of teams, the DevOps technology framework that is coming up as, part of the future, and how, as we are doing quality assurance of such kind of products, we can incorporate these new kind of technologies that are coming up. So if we are to talk about the AI's role in software development, we know that AI supports a very high range of products, and especially in when these products are being developed in their life cycle, we know that at a certain point, quality assurance is going to come in. You can do quality assurance from requirement gathering up to when the product is being shipped out, and such kind of things help capture bugs at an earlier stage, and also even suggest fixes as soon as possible that might come up. So there is a shift in how we can be able to collaborate, build, and test these things at a very high speed, and also ensure that these kind of tests that we are performing are not isolated to a certain stage. For example, we have a QA team that is responsible for mobile. We have a QA team that is responsible for desktop applications. We have a QA team that is responsible for web systems. We have a QA team that even goes specifically into physical documents. As you know, government institutions are really reluctant on moving from the traditional way of dealing with people's data, and also coming up with new systems. So you find that these kind of things are isolated, and how we move from that kind of isolation to one central repository, to one central goal, is mostly about the intelligent collaboration between these tools and the developers. So that's where AI normally comes in, especially to tackle the challenges that traditional quality assurance people in the past had. So we know that there were very slow test cycles. We had limited coverage. Maintenance was very low. And as we know that AI normally comes in to bring the kind of automation and also the adjustment that come in to be able to adapt to these changes that are happening. So we know this AI comes in to create its own test cases. For example, I can feed requirements even before development has started. So I give you a requirement document, specification document, and you come up with test cases. So we've had issues where people wait for the software to be developed, and then they can start trying to make sure that it fails or find any bugs that are in and try to fix them. But we are looking at a scenario where even before we ask these developers to start writing the code for this AI, for these softwares, we want to ensure that these kind of test cases, all edge cases have been scripted or they have been identified, and as a developer is writing code or writing a certain feature, they are actually writing according to the test cases that we've come up with. So AI is really coming in to bridge that gap, because it is very tiresome to go in those requirements and also and understand everything from from the beginning to the end. Mostly these are always very large and huge volumes of data that are captured as requirements and hard to even grasp and all that. But AI comes in, you're able to develop a model that takes in requirements, and then you come up with the specific edge cases, and then you come in to put in little effort in ensuring that what AI has developed for is what is expected. And by that, you ensure that, the kind of time that is taken from development, from requirement gathering to development, also by the developers, to ensure that what we are developing is actually very relevant to what users are going to face and what kind of bugs they could face, to make sure that, at the end of the day, these products are very robust. So as these things are coming in, we need to understand the impact that AI is having on quality assurance. So like I've mentioned, it is changing the shift. So for example, where I work, before we even go to these developers to start working on something, I already know the kind of test cases that I need, the kind of bugs that I would expect in such a system. So to reduce on the workload, even in future, once this product has been developed, what do I need to test to ensure that everything is working as expected? And then the best thing is most of these softwares are going to be somehow related. So this model will rerun on every bug, every suggestions, usability suggestion, or any kind of issues or defects that have been found in one system can be fed into a model to predict even the expected bugs or issues in another system. So by the time your model has been running for like 10 years over hundreds of software systems, you're going to find in the next phase, such things are very easy to identify and, come up with the best thing. So it is always hard at the beginning, but in the end, you're going to find your work has been has been made very simpler to you and also to the developers. So with this, you're able to know that, the manual testing that has been slow is now very fast because everything has been automated. And we know we have adaptive test maintenance, whereby what can work for this kind of a mobile application, I would expect 70% of the same issues in another mobile application. And by the time you've worked on many mobile applications, especially those of you who work in specific IT firms that develop specific applications where they are somehow related, you're going to find it is easier for you to understand the kind of test cases that you're going to be doing, and we normally work with the dry principle, don't repeat yourself. So some of the test cases that repeat themselves, you're going to find AI is helping you to easily identify them, and then you find you're focusing only on unique test cases that would need much of your attention instead of having visible efforts on most of them. So the numbers speak for themselves. Ever since AI has come into place, we see an increase in test coverages. There is a reduction in costs. Though for costs, you're going to find here most of us have been affected. Reduction in costs, you're going to find however much these costs constitute of, you're able to market quickly, but then we see people, I think my predecessor was able to mention about AI taking our jobs. This is what they mean. Something that needed 100 quality assurance developers might now need 20. So what happens to the other 80? So the data that picks such kind of reduction in cost for firms, it's also capturing people who have lost their jobs, and then companies are no longer spending on such kind of people who do such kind of jobs. And then so this kind of cost data needs someone to do research on it, so that we separate the cost from reduction in maintenance and all that versus the costs in terms of maintaining employees that were doing this work that has been replaced by AI. On top of that, we have faster test creation. We have seen because of AI, there is a high growth market. And also we know challenges also come up where we lack cyber security. For example, we've had issues where some of my colleagues, they want to do something, to come up with a test case, and they want to use ChatGPT. You find someone is pasting some important information in ChatGPT without first removing it, and such kind of information is really not nice. Someone can easily take up that data and use it in any way. For example, with government institutions, let's say you're working in a finance department and you're testing payroll for all government employees, and someone is pasting someone's social security numbers just because you want to develop a test case on something. So we know that most of AI testers like cyber security. If I would ask a question, how many of us here have a cyber security certificate in AI? I think a few of us would be caught up. So it is something that we would need to look at. Maybe organizers of this can come up with a few things that could help us take up such courses and also be able to employ it to other people that we lead in our firms. So we have a few AI testing tools, and most of them, what they do is they identify code failures. They're able to generate edge test cases. They adapt to UI changes. For example, if a login process has changed, this AI testing tool is able to adopt and know that this has changed, and it can easily communicate and also update its software necessarily. So we have such kind of good use cases that we can use. Especially the most important one that I find is this number for risk prioritization, whereby these models are able to prioritize risk test cases from high, low, or medium, depending on the business use cases. So instead of manually going to each test case and you're able to say this is medium or low or high, these test cases are able to prioritize and then give you, especially when you're dealing with low turnout time to market, you're able to focus on these specific test cases and ensure that they are working as expected. And role of AI in QA processes. So we have, they are not the same. We have those that detect patterns. We have those that are able to predict failures. We have those that write test cases. We have those that reduce on the repetition. So it depends on which technique you want to employ. Some organizations employ all of them at once or a subset of them. But in most cases, you find yourself, focusing on one and then another person focusing on the other, so that you're able to capture most of these issues as soon as possible. So areas that improve with these techniques, we have the test case generation, we have the defect prediction, exploratory testing, user interface test healing, because with users who use your softwares, most of them, they interact with the UI. So it is very important to focus on UI test case healing, whereby your users won't find any issues, because a poor designed user interface can really divert customers from your product. So if you have AI that is able to self-heal when UI has changed and then predict how users are going to react to this kind of change, it helps you shape and also guide developers in the right direction on what they are supposed to do. And challenges, I think we've had this in our test cases. And because of time, I want to go into each of them. And the benefits, as we've mentioned, the figures are up. So which means those of us who lead AI, quality assurance teams, we need to really employ AI in our teams, because there is a high chance that we are going to reduce in maintenance. We are going to do predictive bug detection, like I've mentioned before. There is a high execution, and we have a continuous CI/CD testing processes that can be employed to ease on deliveries. So I think I've mentioned this before, what it means, the techniques you can use, and the use cases that can come up, and also the challenges that we can face. We have poor data quality, we have legacy tools. Now, for legacy tools here, it means however much you want to bring in AI, you're going to find some companies, organizations, or governments have been employing very manual processes, especially when it comes to quality assurance, and bringing in AI might be really challenging. And also, most of these people, you're going to find they are not well canvassed with the skill gaps. So AI is not something that is very easy like people think. You have to really have the right skills. And also, these products that are already on the market are not cheap. They're very expensive. So even if you're going to have an in-house development, you're going to be able to employ very expensive engineers to come up with these products. And also, as you know, with AI, it involves dividing training data and then the data that you're going to predict on to be able to come up with a model. So in the case of this training data, if there have been a bias, that means there are some of the solutions that are being offered. For example, focusing on risk areas, you're going to find something has been predicted to be very risky when actually it is not. So how do we come up with the solutions to these challenges? So there are tools that you can look up. So depending on the challenge that you're trying to solve versus the tool that is available and has been, you've made your research to ensure that it provides the right solution for such kind of a challenge, you're able to come up with the right solution. And also we have no-code AI tools that you can use to be able to ensure that at least the gap between the legacy tools plus the new AI tools has been reduced. And also you need to ensure that you can mix AI and human QA. So people here who are going to make decisions in your companies, you shouldn't say, let us replace human intervention with AI. You just need a mixture of both to be able to come up with the best results. So now what is the future? Where do we go from here? We need to do better, especially when we are trying to bring AI into our organization and ensure that at least there is a balance. For example, how do I balance between security and this new AI? Should I come up with bots for QA teams so that at least they are able to interact with our software and come up with the right predictions? Can I mix AI with RPA processes that are already available? So these are trends that are happening in AI, and it is something that you have to always look up to, especially when it comes with the rapid changes. What is working in 2025 might not work in 2026. Something else might come up and you find it is totally different from what we are working with in 2024. So we are facing a challenge whereby something 3 years old is now becoming a legacy thing. And people like us here, when we come in such talk shows, we are able to come up with solutions, and then these solutions are able to easily replace something that other people have done in the previous years, not even long ago. So we used to look at legacy tools as something in 1970s, but I can assure you there are products whereby we purchase a product to do for us QA in 2020, but in 2025 we cannot use it. Something new has to come up and we have to use a better method. So it is something that you have to look at. The future of AI is really huge. It is an open market. Everyone is developing something better according to what they are working with. And you have to always be on the lookout on what is on the market now, what is the future that is happening, what should I expect 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and be able to incorporate that in whatever I'm working with. So the key insight here in AI is AI just augments testers, but it does not replace us. So it helps us in ensuring that, testers can do their work well, but it does not replace all of us. At a lower scale, it might, but on a larger scale, it really doesn't. It just enables us to do faster releases, lower costs, and ensure high software quality. So what I can say about this is AI is just not replacing us, it's just making us superheroes in what we do. And the goal is to ensure that we deliver better software faster and with confidence that is going to work as expected. So I have a list of some tools that you can look up to and try to get some certifications in them and see if you can employ them in your product and what they are best for. And I'm sure these slides will be shared, so you'll be able to look out for them. Thank you so much. In case you have any questions, you can bring them in.
Yeah, as the questions start coming in, I think what I've gotten from the session is that the tools are fast evolving. One day you find you're using ChatGPT, the next day ChatGPT is overtaken by DeepSeek, the next day it's another tool. So again, there's the aspect of, we should always see and look out for something new, and also just not relax and wait for one tool. AI is fast evolving. Can see there's a question, more like a comment.
Yes.
Quality is not a feature, it's a habit, whether you're building software, houses, or relationships. Yes. So
yeah, actually, I think that's what I mentioned. Most people who join quality assurance are going to find in their life, they take quality huge. Everything they do, everything they touch, it's like part of us. We want things to be of high quality, and I think it's a calling for some people to be in quality assurance, if we are to really be honest.
yes, that is true. It takes patience.
Yes.
Yes. I can see.
Yes. Actually, it depends on why an organization tries to. I really wouldn't say AI replaces QA. It just reduces on the the workload that is maybe expected. Something that would take, let's say 10 people might take 2 people. So I can't say it has replaced, but then when production crashes in most cases, it has to do with most of these. So when we have 5 people that were testing a software, now we have only 1, trust me, someone is going to miss something. And as you know, AI is not human. We are testing it on data. So you're going to find you're using a product by someone in UK, and then that product you're using it to test your data in Kenya. So trust me, there's going to be a certain difference in that model, and it's going to miss out a few things. So when such kind of production crashes come in, trust me, it is AI to blame. And we've had people who have tried that and they are going back to hiring quality assurance manual guys to come in and do much of the work than AI. So it is something to do with, you have AI on here and you have the person here to help them easily do work and deliver quickly. And today morning I was reading an article about, I think, this AI replacing Testars, and this person said, yes, AI is going to replace you only if you let it. So I think it is upon us to ensure that AI does not replace us, because I think one of us can testify, when you get your job, you become comfortable, you clock in, you do your work, you get out. So you're going to find it is an everyday thing. You're doing that for 1 year. You've not looked out for a new tool. You've not tested out other things. You've not tried to bring in new things in your work environment. You're not learning anything. You're not curious what is out there for that is being developed, which other tools are other people using. So just looking at dashboards, looking at your software, it is really not enough. But if you keep adapting like a pro and you're looking out for things, you're still learning, you're doing your side personal project. Like, for example, let's say I'm going to test an Uber mobile application on my own and see how it works as a side thing, and you're going to use a new technology or an AI tool, and you start comparing. So you're going to find, after 5 years of you doing such kind of a thing, you find AI cannot really replace you at all. So AI, yes, is going to replace us, but if we really let it be at a certain point. So we have another question. Like I've mentioned, how you can easily land a job role, and also how we can learn to use QA tools. So, for example, you need to understand your market. For example, are you looking at your local market, or you're looking at international roles? So if you're looking at international roles, then that means you need to understand. I've seen a trend where some countries develop leaning certain technologies. So in the US, you're going to find in the financial sector, they use Java or C# to develop in the bank, something of that sort. So it means if you're going to do, let's say, to learn a product like Selenium, you might need to learn Selenium in Java more than Selenium in Python. You get, so it becomes easy to have to apply for jobs in maybe US or UK with that kind of thing. Also, it is easy to look at the jobs postings. For example, you can search for jobs on many sites, and then you see the kind of requirements they need for those jobs, and you're going to find a pattern in what they need. You're going to find they need you to understand some kind of project management. You need to understand how to manage test cases. We have tools like TestRail. We have tools like Apache. I think I've forgotten, but such kind of tools that you're going to find that are repeating themselves, you can try to learn them. You're going to find you need certification in them. You need to have done some projects with them. You need to show that you've really done some work on them. So these are kind of side things you can do. Yes, your job requires you to do some specific kind of work, but on the side, let's say you're learning Papeta, because you've seen in Germany, that's what most of requirements to do such kind of jobs require. So it becomes easy for you to learn these things. When it comes to test case management, there are very many tools there, but the common one I've seen is TestRay. Per se, being that I work in government projects, I normally use Excel because they don't want you to host this kind of information on AWS or on some kind of cloud provider they are in-house. So you find you need to understand Excel as a must for you to be able to work as a QA in these government entities. So it depends on what you're looking at and the kind of tools available in that kind of field to be able to understand what you need to learn to be able to learn these jobs.
Okay, that is very informative. For me, I prefer when I'm put in the oil so that I learn how to get out of it. So get into the tool and then figure my way out. Yeah, thank you so much, Atwine, for that. June, you can take it from here so that you go to the next speaker.
Yes, thank you so much, Atwine. I hope you are pronouncing that properly as you told us, but yes, the Atwine. So thank you so much. So before we move on to our next speaker, we have been here for around, if I did not fail my math, Jackie, that is 5 hours, right? I am not, no, not 5 hours, 3. Okay, you tell me. It looks like my math is not adding up right now. And it is not adding up for the sake of the fact that, we have just gotten in a lot of information. So I just want us to do an exercise for 1 minute, just a breathing exercise, just for even not 1 minute, a few seconds. So Jackie, because they can see us, I'm going to use you as the prop. Okay, and Lois can also join us as well. So we are going to breathe and you count 4 seconds, hold for 5 and release for 4. It will help with your mental clarity, everyone. I promise you. All you on YouTube, do this, please. So we are counting in, breathing in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 4, 5, and release slowly 4. Jackie, do you feel a little bit better?
I almost died there, June.
Okay, last one. All right, 4. Breathe in 4. Hold for 5. Release 4. I've seen Lois even do it. So we are good, right?
Yes, we're good. Just to give us a reminder of what Lois is going to take us through, we're going to have a workshop on functional automation testing for mobile application. Just a quick reminder on his bio. He is from Cameroon, an ISTQB certified QA expert with 7 years of experience in manual and automated testing. He specializes in mobile app testing using tools like APM and Maestro, and integrates testing framework including CI/CD pipelines. His expertise also spans across performance and API testing, driven by a strong DevOps and Agile foundation. So we look forward to going through these workshops. We expect to learn a lot, especially on APM. So Taco, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Hello, Africa. Thank you, ladies, for that introduction. Hope everyone can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Great. All right. To kick it off, firstly, I would like to thank the Testars Quarter team, the CEO and founder Ibironke, and a team who took out this great effort and opportunity to present and to give Africa a voice in QA engineering. Secondly, I would like to also extend my kind of appreciation to my other local mates in Cameroon who are presenting and making Cameroon proud. Cheers to each and every one of you. To give an overview about myself, my name is Luis Tako, a senior QA engineer of up to 7 years of experience, presently in contracts with companies locally and abroad, working remotely. For locally, I am presently working with Cola Group, a fintech company with branches in Cameroon, Togo, and Ivory Coast, and remotely, Estates Protocol, a blockchain company that gives privileges for individuals to own part-time properties and become part-time landlords. So that is a quick overview of who I am and what I do, and we will jump right into the workshop. Well, today I'll be presenting to Africa the functional and automation testing for mobile apps with Metro in the first edition of the APQEC 2025 conference. So moving on to my workshop presentation, I would like to give a debrief about the challenges that testers face during mobile app testing. We have firstly device fragmentation. It's a no-brainer that there are lots and many devices, mobile devices with different kind of screen sizes and different versions, making it almost impossible to cover 100% test coverage. Secondly, we have slow feedback loops caused by manual and slow automation delaying bug detection. Thirdly, we have flaky tests, especially with tools like Appium, which are dependent on code being written in the form of test scripts, bringing out false negative and false positive tests, which can be further explained at the end of the presentation if we have any questions on that. And lastly, complexity in setup and maintenance. Well, today, guys, we'll be looking at Metro that actually overcomes these last points with being one of the mobile automation tools with the most simple steps to set up and to maintain. Great. So what is Metro? Metro is a modern mobile UI testing tool made by mobile.dev with the attributes of being easy to write tests, use it simple and lightweight YAML files, easy to understand by different levels of stakeholders, with those with the lowest level of technical understanding. Mobile works both on Android and iOS phones, which is very good for compatibility testing as a QA tester, and it runs on the command line interface, making it very fast and reliable. Well, I took the time to point out the different points in which Metro actually surpasses other mobile application tools like Appium and Espresso. Firstly, we have setup. As mentioned, Metro is way easier to set up with simple steps to make sure that your environment is ready to go. Metro runs on YAML language with a light and low level language, easy for anyone to understand. Next, we have speed. Metro runs on the command line interface, which makes it very fast. Flakiness, hardly any form of flakiness during execution, and compared to the other two automation tools, Metro has a great CI/CD readiness. Well, everyone, since this is a workshop, I will simply walk us through how we can set up Metro. I won't detailedly go into every step since we have a limited amount of time, but I will make sure that following this video, you will be able to personally set up Metro. So the first step is to ensure that you have at least Java 17 installed in your local machine. So here with you, I shared the official Java link to download and to set up your Java version. So once you download your version on this link, you extract it and you add it to a path variable on a folder in your local machine that is very easy to access. For example, we have the local Dixie, creating a file there and adding it into that location. Once this is done, you have to edit your path variable. So I will simply demonstrate this because this has to be done throughout all of the other 5 steps to set up Metro. So when I mean your path variable, it's simple to access just by entering and on system variables you search for path. Under path, you edit, whatever tool you have installed right here, and once that is done, you confirm. So this is going to be done for every tool that you install to make sure that your command line interface can easily access your each and every tool in your local machine. Oh, I forgot to mention I have a special cadeau to share at the end of my presentation. So please stay tuned to the end. I know it's going to be a very exciting presentation, but at the end there is something even more amazing that I'm going to share. So once that has been installed, you can check your version of Java on your local machine with the concept CMD to be able to open your command prompt and you enter the command. So we have Java dash version. So this is to verify that you have extracted the appropriate Java version and added it correctly into your system variable path. Next, we have to install Metro, that is the tool that we are using. For iOS, there is a CLI command. Unfortunately, for Windows, you need to clearly download the version of Metro on your application, on your local device. So it's done. We have the link over here to I hope my screen is clearer. Right. So we have the link, the official link to download the latest version of Maestro. And once this is done, you extract and you add it on a directory in your local machine that does not require permission. Once this is done, same thing like the first step, as I demonstrated, you add it into your system variables on your path and you verify this with the command Maestro version. So to demonstrate on my command line, we have Maestro dash version. So running this command, your local machine is going to show that you have. So due to network latency, okay, there you go. I presently have the 1.403 version of Metro installed. Moving on to our next slide, like I mentioned, that you are good to go. SDK platform tool. This tool is very important to ensure that your local machine can carry out every form of operation when it comes to Android devices. So, like in the 2 previous steps, you need to head to this link. You download your platform tools, extract it, and place it in a permission-free directory in your machine. Add it to your system variable path and verify its installation by ADB version. So to demonstrate that I have done so, we have ADB version, and there you go. On to the next step, since we will be using as debugging option on your device is being turned on. So I will demonstrate how you can do this on your physical device using a mirror device, a mirror tool called Visor device. So in order to make sure that your US debugging is on, you head to settings, you scroll down to the bottom, we have developer options, and you look for USB debugging. There you go. Under debugging, you have USB debugging. You make sure that it's turned on to ensure that your physical device can interact with your local. Okay. Heading to the next step, we have to ensure that device that we are going to run a test on is ready. We have two options. We can download and install an Android emulator by setting up Android Studio. That takes a lot of time. So today I'll be presenting the working on my show on an actual device, which is very easy to set up. So once this has been done, you can verify that your device is attached by entering the command ADB devices on your command line. Yeah, so your local machine verifies and validates that you have indeed attached a device to your local machine. So moving on to a presentation. Well, make sure in terms of best practice, there is a visual tree in which your project needs to be set up, which I am going to demonstrate. So we have a well done Metro project test script being done. So demonstrated on the slide. Okay, so to actually test, you need a software under test to perform your testing. So today we are going to be using Swag Labs Demo app. Swag Labs Demo app is an open source e-comments application which can be used for testers to practice testing wherever and whenever. So that is what we will be using today to avoid any patent policies. So we have the link to download the official APK, and to install it in your physical device, you simply drag and drop. So to demonstrate, I have here we have Android source lab demo, and you make sure that your device can be accessed by your local machine. So I will demonstrate how you can make sure that it's installed on your local machine. Okay, so here is my device. Simply drag and drop in your device. Since I already have the APK present, move unknown source app installation blocker. This is to ensure that any app from an unknown source can be installed on your actual device. Well, to run a Metro test script, you need to identify the application package name of the system under test that you are testing. So in order to do this, you have to make sure that your application is up and running. You have to make sure that your application on your physical device that is attached to your local machine is up and running. And once this is done, the APK, that is why we have copy and replace. Once that is done, you need to make sure that the application is installed in your device. So you navigate to your file where you drag and drop, you click and you install. So once that is done, you need to ensure that you remove any source app installation blocker on your actual device. So once this is done, you can now move on to writing your YAML script in the Visual Studio Code. So here is the YAML script for what we are going to be executing today. So the first step in your YAML script is to find the application's package name. To do this, you simply need to ensure your application is open on your physical device. So my application is open, and you copy and paste this command on your command line. This command is going to clearly show you your application package name. So, so there you go. The package name starts with COM and ends with a slash. So this is your application's package name. So with this, you will be able to locate your application on your physical device when running your automation test. Okay, moving on to the next slide. Yep, here we have a snippet of YAML. You look at how easy it is for any stakeholder to be able to understand what exactly is going on your test script. Next, we have the test flow that we will be automating today. Simple end-to-end test flow for smoke testing of any e-commerce application, which is to be able to log in, add items to cart, view the cart, change items, sorting options, checkout, and logout. This is what they call the core functionality of every e-commerce application. So this is what we are going to be executing today using Mestro. Well, for Mestro, you need the Mestro Studio, which has features that helps you to inspect your application screen, auto-generate YAML statements for your test scripts, and also view accessibility tags. So I will demonstrate how you can run the Mestro Studio simply with the command Mestro Studio. The amazing thing about Mestro, sorry, is that all its commands are very easy to understand and to follow. It's taking a bit. It's going to be up and running in a couple of minutes, and there you go. So here we have Mestro Studio. So to demonstrate, you simply open the application on your phone, and you can easily find the text locators just by clicking on any element on your application. And also you can search for the accessibility IDs using the tree pan. So this is how you can easily find locators to interact with various elements on your software application. Okay, to the next slide. Well, for best practices for writing better mobile tests, we have various factors like using test-based selectors, assertion, which is a key aspect of testing to verify what's actually being implemented and to make sure that workflow works as expected. Retries and timeouts, organize test flow, and Mestro Studio as mentioned for inspection. Like every automation tool, Mestro also has limitations, like it has no built-in API testing, it has a poor support for web view, limited gesture testing like swipes, pinches, and other complex actions, and accessibility tagging matters. So moving on to the exciting part of our workshop is automating the end-to-end smoke test that we have in mind. So simply to do that, we have a test script which you can access. I am going to provide the GitHub repository, which is going to be public for everybody to view the various steps. So to give an overview, the first step is the application package. The next is to launch the applications. Followed by that, we have actions and sessions. So without further ado, let us execute the test script. So firstly, we have to exit from Metro Studio. Okay, we are back on our test file. So simply to execute your test script, you type in Metro in your terminal, Metro test, and the name of your test YAML file, which is smoketest.yaml. So once this is done, I'll have my actual device mirrored so we can see the execution in real time. So this is going to be an execution of the test scripts to log in, to view the various items in the cart, to update the sorting options, to enter booking details, to check out, to log out, and to close the application. So please watch the execution Metro in action. On your left, you have the different actions that are taking place, with the greater than sign with the present action being performed and the plus sign for the actions being performed correctly and fast. So we have the action to select different items and add to cart. Next, we move on to checkout. After checking out, you enter your checkout information. The postal code, which can be any random number according to the text, to ensure that the test scripts can be run numerous times. And lastly, completing the checkout, confirming the order, logging out, and closing the application. Wait, so that is a display of Metro in action. Thanks everyone. The goal was to make sure all this could be done within a 30-minute time frame, so we can have times to receive questions and for me to share my cadeau as I promised at the end of my presentation. Thank you everyone for participating in the workshop Functional Automation Testing with Metro. please applaud for yourselves. And yeah, the room is open for questions, and I will be looking forward to sharing my connection, my LinkedIn, my GitHub, and the official link to my website. Looking forward to talking to each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Taco. I think I've learned a lot, especially for someone who's coming from APM. I'm able to learn again another tool, an additional tool. So we have questions. Beatrice has a question. If you can see. How do you add the test to run E to E, end to end?
Okay. Well, so like I demonstrated in my presentation, we have Metro Studio, which is the tool that is provided for testers to locate the different identifiers for your locator. So you simply have your actual device connected or your emulator, if you're using an emulator, and you can interact with the different elements on Metro Studio, and you will get a display of the particular locator to interact with every single element. We have different levels of stability. For Metro, it's advisable that you firstly use the accessibility identifier that I mentioned that you can actually locate at the site one. Secondly, you can use text-based locators, and lastly, which Metro is capable of using, you can use locator-based selectors. So these are actually the three official ways to locate elements on Metro and interact with them. Very simple. Once you have every locator selected, you simply copy and you paste in your IDE to execute. Hope that answers your question.
There's another on USSD automation. Let's see. Before we go to the other question, I think Beatrice has a follow-up. If you can see for a mobile app that requires OTP code, how do you manage that kind of scenario?
Well, like I mentioned, every mobile automation tool has its limitations. So there are some certain aspects of interacting with an application that you actually need the intervention of an actual human. So this is not just for Metro, Appium, and Espresso have their own limitations. However, Metro is built to carry out simple end-to-end processes, while Appium and Espresso can carry out more complex actions on your device. However, I don't believe even Appium or Espresso can actually get an OTP from somewhere else and bring it to your application. So all automation tools have their limitations, and I think that is a weakness in executing with automation.
Before you answer that, is it possible to have a static code for test, for automated tests? I don't know if that's best practice to have a static code for tests so that you can just put the, maybe you can advise as you go to the next question.
Okay, so in terms of automation testing, there is a scope that needs to be defined before the actual test script is being created. So this scope is going to be based on what actually can be automated and what needs manual intervention. So in terms of static testing, we have unit testing tools like SonarQube, which can be used to actually test the quality of your scripts that you have written down. So,
okay, so there's another question. I don't know if you can see, but the question is it possible to automate USSD flow with tools like Maestro or APM? If not, what's the best way to test USSD automation and performance?
for please can you come again with the question? I want to make sure I answer the question effectively.
Is it possible to automate USSD flows with tools like Maestro or APM? If not possible to use Maestro or APM for USSD automation, is there any other tool that can be used for USSD automation?
Well, for mobile automation, we have 3 popular tools that are being used. For Android, which I'm performing today, we have Maestro, we have Espresso, and we have Appium. While for iOS, I believe Appium can run automations on both Android and iOS. We have Xcode in place of Espresso for iOS devices, and Maestro also is compatible to run automations on both Android and iOS. Given the specifications of the question, there are some words that I did not really get. So that is actually what I can say about it. Some words I didn't get.
Let's see another
Hope
question.
that answers your question. If you have a follow-up, that will help you understand.
Yes, if you have a follow-up, please do share on chat.
Yes, that's going to help.
Yes. I think for now that will be it. In case you have any question, please share on chat. Taco will be responding to it on chat. So I'll give it back to June. Yeah.
All right. So thank you again, Taco, for the amazing presentation. And Jackie, I think it's that time. I give out the baton to someone else, the other event coordinator for today. After Eden told me about my prompts, which are not working that well, I think I need to go and look at that and be ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll be asking so many questions. So welcome so much, Rekik, and I hand over the baton to you. Thank you, everyone, for having me as part of the Day 1 APEC 2025 event coordinators.
Thank you so much, June. You'll surely be missed. So as we move on to the next speaker, Mariam Stafi, and at the same time, for lack of a better word, mourn that June is leaving us. So Mariam is a self-taught QA professional from Tunisia with a deep passion for quality, a member of the Ministry of Testing community. She focuses on delivering solutions that improve lives. She continuously seeks growth and learning opportunities to evolve with the industries, especially in AI reshapes testing roles. So Mariam today is going to take us through the evolution of testing jobs in AI-driven environments. We look forward to learning from you, Mariam. If you can hear us, please, you can share your screen and then we begin the session. Welcome.
Hello, Rekik. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. We can see the slides. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, that's great. So thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Rekik. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining APQEC 2025 and for joining me today. I'm Mariam Safi. I have been in the testing industry for more than 6 years now. I'm a product tester and growth collaborator at the APQEC and a proud member of Ministry of Testing community. So let's begin with a little story. So 6 years ago, I started my journey in manual testing, carefully hunting down bugs one by one. Then I decided to improve my skills in automation. But I soon realized I also needed to focus on AI too, as it has significantly changed the landscape. That's why I'm learning UI automation testing with Playwright and leveraging AI to do so. I'm lucky to have the opportunity to test AI-powered tool in my current role with TestQuarter. But in today's AI-driven testing environment, many of us are asking critical questions. Are testing jobs becoming obsolete? How do we maximize our impact in AI-driven environment? What specific skills do we need to stay relevant? Today, I want to address these concerns and try to provide you with a clear roadmap for thriving in the AI-enhanced testing landscape. After a quick overview to examine what AI can and cannot do in a software testing today, first we'll dive into the practical side. How testers should collaborate with AI to enhance different phases of the testing lifecycle. Second, we'll redefine the role of testers in AI-driven environment because, spoiler alert, you're not becoming obsolete, you're becoming more strategic. And finally, we'll discuss the the technical and soft skills that test engineers need to develop and how QA jobs are evolving in our intelligent world. By the end of the session, you will have a clear understanding of how to position yourself, not just to survive, but to thrive in this age of AI. All the information I will share comes from academic research and industry reports, and I'll provide links to all sources so you can dive deeper into the studies that inform these insights. Let's start by listing what AI can and cannot do, but we won't dwell on it since the subject is widely discussed and it's not our focus today. I recently came across a comprehensive review that analyzes over 100 studies. This extensive research emphasizes the huge potential for LLMs to transform software testing by automating complex tasks, reducing costs, and enhancing test effectiveness. The research identified 6 key applications where AI is making a real impact. First, AI can generate unit tests by leveraging pre-trained or fine-tuned models combined with sophisticated prompt engineering techniques. Second, AI generate assertion to validate software behavior. AI excel at creating diverse inputs for various software types. AI can analyze and triage bugs by generating concise reports, detecting duplicates, and categorizing issues. Then AI assists in fault localization, error explanation, and bug reproduction. And finally, AI facilitates automated program repair for both single-line and multi-line bugs. However, despite these impressive capabilities, AI, like humans, has its limitations. So based on user reviews and practical insights from the field, here are the key constraints we need to understand. So false positive and inaccurate healing, limited dynamic and contextual understanding, inflexibility in complex scenarios, overgeneration of test cases, data quality dependency, lack of explainability, integration complexity, high maintenance overhead, and ethical and compliance risks. This brings us to a crucial realization. AI is a powerful tool, but it's not a replacement for human intelligence and creativity. Given these limitations we've just discussed, you might be wondering, so how do we move forward? To overcome these challenges, many QA professionals believe testers should collaborate with AI to enhance different phases of testing, ensuring high quality, reliable outcome throughout the development lifecycle. Rather than seeing AI as a threat, let me show you how this collaboration looks in practice across different testing activities and why each phase still needs your expertise. Starting with static analysis. Here, the tester collaborates with AI-enhanced static analysis tools that group and prioritize alerts, ensuring focused review of critical insights rather than drowning in noise. Moving to unit test generation, the tester reviews and integrates automatically generated unit tests, ensuring they offer comprehensive coverage and align with expected behavior based on business requirements. Without this review, we'd end up with tests that pass but don't actually validate what matters. Then, in test oracle generation, the tester validates and refines the generated assertion to confidently confirm software behavior based on defined business rules and domain expertise. This is where your understanding of the business context becomes invaluable. For system test input generation, the tester curates the diverse input sets produced by AI across different software types, confirming their relevance and effectiveness in stimulating various real-world scenarios. After all, AI might generate thousands of inputs, but you know which ones actually matter for your users. When it comes to bug analysis, the tester uses the concise bug reports generated by AI to efficiently triage, prioritize, and categorize issues, streamlining the bug management, crucial business context that AI simply cannot provide. During debugging, the tester leverages AI-driven fault localization and error explanation using these insights to reproduce and solve defects effectively while providing feedback to improve AI outputs. It's a continuous learning loop that benefits both parties. And finally, with program repair, the tester evaluates and tests the automated patches suggested by LLMs, ensuring that repair improve quality without introducing new issues or breaking existing functionality. Now, let me be clear with you about where this is going. This collaboration will evolve over time without doubt. AI will progressively take tasks off the tester's plate, and more routine and boring tasks will shift to AI systems. As we better understand AI's strengths and weaknesses, we will naturally learn where we can safely delegate and trust these tools to do their job effectively. However, and this is crucial, I firmly believe that human involvement in the loop will remain essential, particularly in safety-critical environments with compliance requirements. What does this mean for you, for us? This evolution positions us not as displaced workers, but as elevated professionals who can focus on higher value activities. While AI handles the routine work, we are moving up the value chain, not out of it. So this brings us to another critical question. What exactly does this elevated role look like in practice? As we embrace this collaborative approach with AI, our fundamental role as testers is expanding in fascinating and important ways. We are no longer just finding bugs. We are becoming guardians of quality. Let me outline the key responsibilities that define our evolved role. First and foremost, we maintain regulatory compliance. In sectors like finance, healthcare, and government, testers must ensure AI tools comply with legal and ethical standards, especially regarding data privacy and handling. This isn't just about following rules, it's about protecting people and organizations from real harm. We also promote responsible use of AI. Testers help ensure AI is used ethically, advocating for transparency and fairness in how automated decisions are made. When AI systems make decisions that affect people's lives, someone needs to ask the hard questions, and that someone is us. Perhaps most critically, we validate AI outputs. AI systems can confidently produce incorrect or misleading outputs. Testers are essential in verifying the accuracy, appropriateness, and safety of these outputs. Think of us as the reality check that AI desperately needs. We implement human oversight. Testers provide crucial human-in-the-loop oversight to monitor and guide AI systems, ensuring they perform as expected and avoid unintended consequences. This is where our experience and intuition become invaluable assets. Additionally, we test AI tools themselves. Beyond testing traditional software, testers now assess AI components, evaluating their accuracy, fairness, explainability, and reliability under various conditions. We are essentially testing the testers. We bridge communication between stakeholders. Testers play a vital role in translating AI system behavior and limitation into understandable terms for product owners, developers, and business leaders. We are becoming the interpreters of an increasingly complex technological world. Importantly, we stay skeptical of AI hype. While AI tools are undoubtedly powerful, testers must remain critical and of exaggerated claims and rigorously test their real-world performance. Our natural skepticism is now more valuable than ever. And finally, we adapt and learn continuously. Testers must keep up with the rapid evolution of AI tools and practices to remain effective. This includes gaining familiarity with AI-assisted development and testing tools. It's about staying curious and never stopping learning. And what's remarkable about this transformation, we are not losing our core identity as testers. We are amplifying it. Every skill that made us good testers before make us better AI collaborator now. As our role evolves, so must our skill set. The traditional skills that served us well are still important, but we need to add new capabilities to thrive in this AI-driven landscape. Let me walk you through the key skills that I believe will define successful testers in the coming years. We need prompt engineering skills. The way you communicate with AI, how you craft your requests and instructions fundamentally changes the outcome you'll get. You have to learn how to create effective prompts. What type of questions should you ask? How do you structure requests to generate great test cases and test scripts? I believe that scaling up in prompt engineering is absolutely critical for modern testers. Model literacy is now fundamental. Understanding AI and ML behaviors, bias, hallucination, and verification methods isn't optional anymore. It's essential. You need to understand how these systems think, where they fail, and stronger test architecture capabilities. This means designing scalable, modular test strategies that can adapt to rapidly changing AI-enhanced environments. It's about thinking systematically and building frameworks that can grow with technology. Risk and compliance fluency has become essential. We discussed this earlier, but it bears repeating. Interpreting and enforcing quality gates for safety-critical domains is now a core competency. We need to understand not just what to test, but why certain standards matter. And of course, the fundamentals remain crucial. Functional testing expertise and test automation skills are still the foundation. Everything else builds open. These core competencies don't disappear. They become the platform for everything else. The key insight here is that we are not replacing our existing skills. We are layering new capabilities on top of them. It's an evolution, not a revolution. So, as the technical skills evolve, so do the soft skills. Critical and creative thinking, adaptability, problem solving, and communication become even more valuable. In AI-driven world, these uniquely human capabilities become our greatest cards. Testers must be able to understand applications and process deeply, articulate complex issues to non-technical stakeholders, and work collaboratively across diverse teams. This human touch is irreplaceable and underscores the importance of testers in the AI-driven future. What's exciting is that this skill evolution is creating new opportunities in new specialized roles are emerging faster than we can fill them as more industries adopt AI testing. Demand for qualified testers far exceeds supply. The numbers tell a compelling story. The future of software testing careers in the AI era reports a 20% decline in manual testing roles, but a remarkable 45% rise in AI testing hybrid jobs. This isn't job displacement, it's job transformation and expansion. Here are real examples of emerging roles I found in today's market. A company like Apple, Deloitte, I don't know how to pronounce it, and other industry leaders are actively seeking testers who can bridge the gap between traditional testing and AI systems. Here are some key responsibilities that I summarized from these roles. Define and execute test plan for functional performance and AI ML specific validations in collaboration with stakeholders. Build and maintain test automation from framework and CI/CD integration using Playwright, Selenium, Python, and GenAI technologies. Test AI ML models for accuracy, fairness, robustness, and bias. Ensure quality of training, data, and model output. Performance, security, and compliance tasks. Documentation reporting, and staying up to date with emerging trends in AI ML testing, automation tools, and QA best practices, of course. The message is clear. While some traditional roles may decline, the overall demand for skilled testers who can work effectively with AI is not just growing, it's exploding. As we wrap up, remember this. The transformation is happening. Whether we are ready or not, but you have the power to lead the charge. This isn't just about keeping up. It's about becoming the catalyst for quality in AI-driven world. Your action plan begins now. Dive in head first. Don't wait for permission. Start experimenting with AI tools today. Get your hands dirty. Fire up those open source AI platforms and start testing. Become an AI fluent tester. Your traditional testing skills aren't becoming obsolete. They are becoming supercharged. Your future self will thank you for the bold step you are taking today. So, are you ready to shape the future of testing? Thank you for your attention. I'm excited to hear your questions and continue this conversation about our shared future in AI-enhanced testing. So...
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Mariam, for this thoughtful and forward presentation. Your perspectives on how AI is transforming the landscape of test rolling is really truly resonating. So anyone who's having a question for Mariam?
Yeah, share your questions.
I can't hear you.
We thank you so much for that insightful presentation. I think it's just what I have in mind is like the same way industrial revolution is growing. So AI is the new thing. So we should be up to date to it. So there is a question. I don't know if you can see it. Just confirm whether you can see the question.
Mariam?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you well.
Okay, I don't know if, are you able to see the question or I can read it out?
Yes, from Ojo, yes, I understand that the more we supply AI data, the more it learns from it and is more accurate over time. It's not possible for AI to take over manual testing. It's not a question. It's like he's. They are just confirm. There is no question in there.
Yeah, actually, it's a comment. There is another question.
Okay, thank you for the comment.
Actually, it's a comment again. So no matter how learned an AI model is, it cannot step fully into the shoes of the end user, which is what testers do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, great. Anyone with a question, send in your questions, your comments. Again, there's something that you mentioned. Let's wait for more comments. Prompt engineering has come in again. I don't know. Is there any way in which we can learn how to better prompt the AI? Is there a course somewhere we can read? I don't know. Maybe you can advise us.
AI? About AI? Yes, absolutely. I can advise you about this. So, sorry, we have, like I said at the beginning of the presentation, I'm a member of software ministry of testing community, and they have their platform has a huge resources about AI. About they even have like 30 days in AI to upskill little step by step. They have articles, they have talks, and I fiercely encourage you to go and check this incredible community. It's free. Just open and you will discover a lot of incredible things. So that's it. I can share even some of if you would like to.
Okay. Thank you so much. Any additional questions? Do we have any questions? Okay.
I can ask you one more. So, since you're a self-taught professional, so how do you approach learning about these new testing tools?
Okay, I read a lot of articles. I learn by doing and by watching others do. Also, I watch tens of YouTube tutorials of this kind of talks I was talking about. I watched a lot and read a lot of articles, and now I am applying what I have watched and read, and that's it.
Nice.
But as testers, we shouldn't stop learning, you know. And this is one of the things that I love about this job is that you keep learning endlessly.
Just learning, upskill.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria, for that insightful session again. I think the better part of this afternoon, we've concentrated on AI. And now it's time for us to, take a break from this buzzword and get into quiz and games. Ricky, you can take us through that. I'll just again share my screen. So want to see what we've learned. What have we learned? Some interesting bits on some interesting questions on what we've learned and what we've gained from all these sessions. So I'll present my screen and then Vicky can take us away. Just confirm that you can see the quiz. So just join. I'll share the link to the chats. So we're going to have a very insightful, a very interactive session. Kindly note that if you win in these quizzes, you're going to get 50% off in your ISTQB certification voucher. I think that's a lot, if you ask me. So please join in. We're expecting a number of you guys to the 50% voucher. Ricky, have you joined? We also need we also need to win. We can't just participate.
I know. Yeah.
we also need to win the 50% off.
Yes.
So join in, scan.
Yeah.
You can see 15 people. We need more people to come in before we start. We're at 17.
Yeah.
Ricky, a question to you. Which ISTQB certification have you not done?
I think this is like my first station, so.
Oh, interesting. So
I've never-
actually, you and I both need this.
Yeah.
Both need the 50% of ISTQB certification. So
Yeah.
I'm also going
So
we need to join as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, we are 25. We're waiting for 5 more people, then we start joining.
Yes.
One person. You can see the emojis.
Yeah.
Okay, 9 sad. Don't be sad. You just learned about AI. We're waiting for 2 more people and then we start. Oh, 3 more people. We're waiting until we get to a
The
good
number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
%50 of ISTQB certifications. Lillian will tell us what the actual amount is usually. Yeah. 2 more people, then we start. One person, yes. I think we can start. So the first, yes, okay. 32. Okay. So the first question, sorry, oops. Okay, so what is the main mission of Test Quarters? Is it to teach graphic design? Is it to organize hackathons only? To promote software testing and quality engineering across Africa? Or to sell developers tools? What is the main mission of Test Quarters? The fastest person, 6 seconds to go. Oops.
Time's up.
Time's up. So 25 people got it right. So Test Quarters, as we had in our first session, aims to promote software testing and quality engineering in Africa. So we go to the next question. Ooh, okay. We can see the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah.
The leaderboard. Okay. Again, fastest goes higher. So question number 2. What is the core principle of total quality management? Is it to focus on short-term profits? Is it continuous improvement, delegating all tasks, or outsourcing production? I'm also answering mine. I think
Oh, no.
50% I have to do. 6 seconds to go. One people answered continuous improvement. That is interesting. Let's see the leaderboard. Kibe. Oh, Kibe, you're number 3. Vic, you've lowered to number 4. Iniola, congratulations. 21 more to go. Yeah. So the next question, I think, Rekik, you can take us to the next one.
Okay. So the next question is, which is not part of the future of quality engineering? Is it AI-driven quality engineering, more developers shifting to test, observability of a first-class citizen, or cross-functional quality ownership?
Yeah.
So, which is not part of the future of quality engineering?
So this is something that Larry, our keynote speaker, talked about.
Yeah.
Let's see who listened.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Time's up. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oops.
Yeah, it's I think that was question number 3, right? It's in the leaderboard.
Oh.
Oh, Larry. Okay. I can see the people who are in the first 3 position. You can't see you here. What's happening? Yeah. Okay. Number 4.
Number 4 is select all that apply for the future quality engineer. Is it technical fluency, data literacy, empathy for the end users, collaborative leadership, or development focused quality engineers?
Yeah. What's our future? What does it look like? Yeah. Let's see. 7 seconds to go. Time's up. I keep clicking it wrongly. Yeah. So let's look at the leaderboard.
Oh, Larry.
We see you, Larry. The 50% is knocking on your door.
Yeah.
The next question, I can take the next one.
Okay.
Question number 5 of 21. The second session, which was for defect management. So what is the primary purpose of conducting a root cause analysis? Is it to assign blame? Is it to provide product packaging, to prevent recurrence of issues, or to increase team size? Our second speaker, talked about bug management and root cause analysis. 7 seconds to go.
Yes. Time's up.
Time is up. Okay, so 31 people chose the correct thing. To prevent recurrence of issues is the importance of root cause analysis. Larry, we see you. So we go to the next one. So currently I'm number 14 from the last one. So I'm really improving. You can take quiz number 6.
Okay, so quiz number 6 is, which of the following is a benefit of performing RCA? Is it to reduce product demand, to improve product packaging, decrease employee morale, or increase delivery time? Performing of RCA, what's the benefit?
This is a tricky one. Let's see.
6 seconds.
This is very interesting.
The correct answer is to improve product packaging.
This is interesting.
Only 9 got the answer.
Yeah. So on the leaderboard, Larry. Oh, okay. There's someone who's taking it up. This is good. So the next question. Still on RCA. So how does RCA contribute to cost saving? Is it by stopping production, by hiring more people? Again, it's just the same questions. By preventing repeated issues, or by outsourcing operation? it's just same thing. I think if this were like a national exam, it would be a good one. You can copy the answer from A
Yeah.
above. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, RCA, root cause analysis, is just to prevent recurring and repeated issues. Let's see. Uncle Sam is back. Yeah. Okay, on to the next one, Rekik. We're almost done, so that we go to the next bit.
Which is not part of the defect life cycle. New, assigned, resolved, won't do. Okay. 10 seconds.
Yeah. Defect life cycle. Yes, want to. So want to, basically, it's rejected instead of want to. New is part of the defect life cycle. We are learning. So on to the next one. Ooh, there's another person in the mix, Kenneth. Okay, so we move on to the next one. Arrange in the correct order of how QA has grown. This again, our first speaker discussed about it. Where did we start? You can just drag the first one to the first number. Almost there.
Yeah.
Time's up.
Yeah, this seems tricky though.
Yeah. I wish I could have seen how everyone had answered. Yeah. This is a bit tricky, but the correct order is the correct order is we went from waterfall to agile to DevOps to continuous delivery. That is very tricky, actually. So the next question, Rekik.
Okay. So which of the following is benefit of using AI-powered testing tools? Is it Jenkins, Postman, GitHub, or Swagger?
I think the answers for this one are a bit off. Yeah, that one. We should give it away because the answers are. I don't think they're for that question. Yeah. Yeah. 4 seconds though. 3 seconds.
Yeah.
That one we should give everyone. Yeah.
So the answer is Postman.
No, that one is a free one for sure.
Free one, yeah. Yeah,
a free
for
one.
sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that one everyone has earned it, to be honest.
We're halfway. So what is one of the most common uses of AI in software testing today? For writing documentation, designing UI components, test case generation and optimization, or scheduling meeting? What's the use of AI in software?
Yeah. Test case generation. Yes, even ChatGPT can help with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do the leaderboard. Mohammed.
Mohammed.
Oh,
Okay.
he's back. Vic is back.
Oh.
So just a couple more questions, and then we move on to the next set. I think this is the same thing. Common uses of AI in software testing. I think it's a repeat. Let's see. Okay, we can answer that. We already know the answer to that. So am I writing the correct one? Just confirm for me. Am I showing the right things? Patience. Yeah. Which of the following is a benefit? Okay. There's a bug, people. There's a bug. I think we've done that already.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. We're going to the next one, question 12. So, which of the following is the benefit of using AI-powered testing tool? Is it to replace all manual testers? They automatically fix code bugs, they predict risk areas and improve test coverage, or they design user interface? This is hard.
Yeah. I guess this will be the last question.
Yes. We can take two more and then we move to the next session.
Okay.
Yeah. So AI helps in predicting risk. It's called test prioritization and also improve test coverage in terms of test case generation. Muhammad is stopping for now. So just the last question. Again, on test prioritization. This we were taught in the previous session. Which tools can be used for test prioritization? Is it Testars.ai? Is it Marble, Test Trail, or Perplexity AI? So select all that count. This was shown by
10
Joyce.
seconds. Yeah,
Yeah.
10 seconds. And this is the last question. So we can go
Yes.
to the next session.
Okay.
Testars and Mabi.
Okay. Yeah. So I think this will be our last question. We will continue the questions at the end of the session, just to finish the remaining 8. Yeah, Rekik, take it away.
Okay. So everyone is present, right?
Yeah, let me share that program.
Okay.
Our next speakers.
Okay.
So before that, I hope you guys had fun with the quizzes. We're going to have interesting games after the session. So yeah, still more opportunities to get the 50%. Ricky can introduce the next session.
Okay, so our next session will be joined by industry experts who will bring real-world insights to this conversation. And our live debate is between software engineer and product quality engineer. So we have Mohammed Barhuba, who is a software engineer and product quality engineer. Okay.
Hello.
And
hello.
Can anybody hear me?
Hello again.
Yeah.
Great.
Can hear
great. Awesome. All right. This is a part of this program that everybody, I'm sure everybody that has anticipated. First of all, once again, welcome to the most anticipated debate of the APQEC 2025. All right, today we have the we have the discussion session, which is most likely going to be like debates, right? And the title is the developer versus the developer versus test engineer. Sorry. So, first of all, we all know the story. We always hear it, especially the testers, like the product quality engineers. We always hear questions like things like, "It's working on my local. It's working on my machine. Have you tested it? Are you sure it's working? Are you sure it's not working? Because when I tested it, when I did my unit test, it was working properly." So now we are going to be having two people, one of which is going to be a developer, and the second person is a product quality engineer. So put your hands together as we bring on stage the first person, who is a quality assurance engineer, Mohammed Buhaba. Mohammed Buhaba, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I'll be reading. Great. I'll be reading your bio. All right. First of all, Mohammed Buhaba is a senior QA engineer with over 5 years of hands-on experience, spanning from fintech, software, SaaS, e-learning, talent cloud, real estate. In fact, he's into anything and everything you can think about. Blockchain. He specializes both in manual and automation testing across web, mobile, and API platforms, with a very strong passion for building robust testing strategies and ensuring high-quality software delivery. Mohammed is proficient in tools such as Selenium and Cypress, and he has successfully led test automation initiatives that has significantly reduced testing times and improved test coverage. Currently, he is based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and is always eager to contribute to impactful, quality-driven products that align with his commitment to excellence in software testing. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Mohammed? I would have loved this if this was something like, what's it called now? Oh, nobody's clapping. I can't see any emoji, but that's fine. That's fine. So, on the battleground with him is our very own Ghanaian developer. He's a software engineer in the person of Mike Atara. I hope I'm not murdering your name. And Mike Atara is a software engineer with over 5 years of experience. I like that the both of them are almost in the same range in their career, like 5 years in QA, five years in software engineering. So he has over 5 years of experience designing resilient back-end systems and scalable cloud native applications. He has built and maintained distributed systems across fintechs, logistics, SaaS sectors, combining practical engineering and architectural thinking. This guy is big. Beyond code, Mike is a passionate writer who distills complex software concepts into clear, actionable insights to help teams build better products. He's committed to clean architecture, developer experience, and helping grow through mentorship and knowledge sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mike. All right. Put on your seatbelts. This is not going to be a war. It's not a fight. It's not a... Just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, right? Mohammed, you're not taking a deep breath. All right. So, first of all, let's have a ground rules. Like I said, it's not a fight. It's not a war. This is more like a therapy tech talk, right? It's just a debate and a therapy tech talk. So the ground rules are this: try as much as possible to be candid and not condescending, right? Do not be condescending. Be kind and share real stories, not vague ideas. Try as much as possible to bring us into your life as a quality assurance engineer or a developer. Then let's try to push each other respectfully, though, And for the audience, of course, your turn will come. So let's jot things down so that we can spice things up. That being said, I would like to welcome you once again to this session. Mohammed, I'll be starting with you, Mohammed. You're the QA person
Okay.
here. So, what are the most common misconceptions developers? No, what are the the most common misconceptions that you feel developers have for the QA guys?
All right. Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you being part of this conference. And I'm glad to be here to clear out some misconception about the QA as well. So the first thing that I can raise is I can say that most of the tech industry assume or often assume that QA is obstruction on the agile or on any other software development life cycle or any process. So they assume QA is there to delay the delivery or to just be obstruction for the quality, the software development process. That is actually misconceptually utilized on the industry, so which is not true. We are there to catch bugs, not only catch bugs, but to enhance the process, to deliver quality product and to deliver without fear, to deploy that software without fear and without with confidence that we can get the trust from the user. So that's the thing that we are on the industry. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to add something to that because as a QA, as a QA person too, I just feel that we are those people they bring to the team and be like, let them just chat tests, even though we don't need them. We don't need them. It's just to waste time.
Yeah.
But so,
yeah,
Mike, what
the
do you
thing.
think? What are the misconceptions? Exactly, right? So I'm not going to be biased, right? I'm not going to be biased. And Mike is not going to be 2 against 1.
Already, I feel like
So
it's two
tell me
against one,
from
but
your
let's
own
go.
perspective. No, I cross my heart. It's not 2
Oh,
against
don't
1.
worry.
All right, so Mike, so I would like to ask, what are the misconceptions? What are the misconceptions you feel that the QA guys have for the developers?
Okay, so one of the main misconceptions I think is that QAs feel like maybe developers always try to take shortcuts and just trying to get things across unfinished. However, I would like to state that that's not the case. Sometimes we all understand we are building against deadlines, and then we have to shape. So imagine a developer, you are trying to go, you are pressing the accelerator, trying to go fast, then QA just come in like, wait, that's not it. It can get frustrating. And then I think that's where the friction starts. However, I want us to all understand we all believe in quality and would like to actually ensure that whatever we are putting out there is of the best
Are
quality.
you sure? Are you sure you
Very
like
sure.
quality? Because
Yes.
in Nigeria, in Nigeria, we always say they cook beans. You understand? You just see the developer will just do one magic like this and just push it. You are testing it. You're like, really? Did you just take? Is it a shortcut you just took so that you're going to like what exactly is this? But that's fine.
Yeah, I
I
think
know
we
you
are all
guys will
just
always
seeing
say,
it from different angles. So sometimes, from personal experience, sometimes we will have issue where the QA will argue with you, no, this is not it. And I'm like, okay, let's look at the acceptance criteria. This is what the acceptance criteria is talking about. Then the QA. So sometimes we are humans. The QA feel like, oh no, let me just try something. But just as you say, cooking, yes, it's a feature and not a bug.
Yeah. So to add on this, there is something that Davis argue. It's based on the acceptance criteria. It's built on based on the acceptance criteria. But there is some common sense, right, that we all agree that needs to put on the future or on the some future that we implemented. So the thing is that Devs assume it's they built the feature based on the acceptance criteria. And if you came and asked them, this feature is not built, it's not good. I mean, it's not in the user experience side, it's not well experienced. So when you say that, so let's come and check the user story. It's written there. So this is the thing that they have as argument. So, but as a QA, we emphasize that there are some common sense that enhance the quality of the product that they've to think and build on that way. So just to add this.
So just to also run up, I feel like, just as you mentioned, when we are maybe discussing the feature, that's where some of these issues should actually come in. You look at the acceptance criteria and be able to say, okay, no, this doing it this way may not be optimal. Then you allowing it to pass, the developer goes ahead to implement, then you come like, no. So that's what I said earlier. We are speeding, you are pressing the brake.
That brings me to my second question. You said something about okay, I would like to ask. I want you to be very, very candid. I want you to be very, very candid, Mike. No, let me ask Mohammed. Mohammed, I want you to be very candid. Are you always brought in to the team, like when they're making those discussions about the user acceptance criteria and the rest? Are you always brought to the table, or they will wait for the developer to use one night to just build everything and they just bring you on board? I want to just hear your own perspective.
Yeah, there are some. Yeah, there are some teams, a very productive team that bring the QA in the shift left, like on the process of the beginning of the
you didn't get my question. I'm talking about you. Sorry, Mohammed. I'm talking about you, your team. I'm not saying some productive teams right now, right? I'm talking about
I was
your
about
team.
to come, yeah. So currently, I'm part of the requirement analysis on the current team I'm on. But there are teams that they can just bring the hand of the future when the developer finishes the task. So that's not cool. But in my current role, I'm part of the requirement. I bring that into the retrospective to be I am on the requirement analysis and any other agile ceremonies. So I'm part of that currently. So that makes the process very fast, because you are aware of the thing that the developer built, and you are aware of the acceptance criteria and all of the outcomes after that feature implemented. So there is no ambiguity, and there is no miscommunication between you and the developer, so that we will be on the same page and we can deliver a quality product. But when the quality assurance or QA engineer left and bring the implemented feature into the table to QA to test it, that's something that can cause many troubles on the process.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. That's great. So I would like to ask you, Mike, in your own team, I want you to be very truthful. All right. Yeah. In your own team, do you bring in the QA from the onset of the sprint and everything? You bring in the QA, or you just wake up and go to your house one night, build everything, then bring him to come and test without him even having the knowledge of what you are building and the rest? I would like to know.
I'm happy to actually announce that in my team, the QA is part of the team from the initial definition, even backlog refinements, the QA is there, everything. So QA, even when we are scoring tickets, QA is actually there right from the beginning.
Okay.
And not
Let's
last
believe
minute.
you.
Yeah. I can even bring him so that you ask him.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. That takes me to my second question. I would like to ask, who owns quality in your team? I'll start with Mike. Who owns quality in your team? And don't say everybody, because there is one person that the pressure is usually on, right? Who feels the pressure more when things go wrong? Mike.
Okay. So in my team, we all do. So sometimes I go even trying to check how front end has implemented some things since I work mostly on the back
Okay.
end. However, my personal belief, I believe that developers own the quality of what we build, which is our code, our tests, and our decisions. And I also believe that the
Okay.
QA
So
owns the
where do we now
validation.
come in?
So QA owns the validation in that context.
Imagine.
Yes. So in that case, we are humans. There may be some things that maybe I may not privy to or I didn't consider. Where I see the QA as pointing out, oh Mike, did you consider a situation like this? Then it's now not become like okay, antagonist here, but now it becomes a collaboration.
Okay. Mohammed, I
So
would
we
like to
own
hear your
different
thoughts on
parts
that.
of it.
I
Yeah,
would like
if
to
we
hear your
come
thoughts
to
on that.
if we come to in the theory way, I mean, quality should be owned by all the team members, right? From the
Okay.
stakeholders to the QA engineer.
Great.
But in the reality, the gatekeeper is always QA. So so once things on production, and if there is something happen on the production, if there's some bugs missed or unexpected things happen on the production, that will come to the QA desk. That's the reality. But
That's
I
the
believe
reality,
that
right?
quality, I believe that QA should be owned by all the stakeholders in the team, and also
Hmm.
there is a responsibility, right? There is a responsibility and accountability on the team, right? So uh,
Yeah.
devs can have to write the integration and unit test, and QA have to write the end-to-end and functionality and performance tests, and also the product owner have to write clear requirements on the user story, and all the stakeholders on the team have to engage on the quality, and they have to own the quality. That's the thing that we need to bring in the industry. I think that should be what needs to be happen on the software development lifecycle. So everyone have
Great.
to have accountability and responsibility on the quality, on the product quality.
Oh, great.
Say,
So I
Adobe, you
like the
see, we
fact
all agree here. We are
we all
not
agree here,
antagonists.
but we don't normally we all agree here, but we don't normally agree in the office, like in the practical workspace. But when we come out, we are all prim and proper. But that's fine. That's fine, right? Okay. So I would like to ask my my next question, and that will be: you said something earlier in this session. You said that's for Mike now. You said that testers are they're always blockers. They're always taking. You have a timeline, and they're always the ones blocking you. So who's right, and how will I put it now? Who is right, and why does that keep happening? I don't know if you get my question.
Yeah. So okay. So we
Testers
can
is let
feel
me, let
blocked.
me let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. The dev guys are always saying that you guys are always saying that testers are the blockers. Then the testers guys are always saying you guys are careless. Like, why would you build something like this? I can't even find my way around this. So who is right, and why does this keep happening?
Okay.
Let's be
So
very practical and be telling the truth.
yeah. So the issue here is I would think is more about the team in particular and how
Okay.
the team actually works. So for instance, in my team where I mentioned the QA is part of the planning. So imagine a situation where the initial planning was just between either the product owner and then the developer. Okay, we want to be able to log in with Google authentication. QA was not there. Then at the end of the day, he just brought on board to come and test. Definitely, I feel like you didn't even understand the discussions that went into this for us to arrive at this conclusion. You are just coming in and blocking. But if he was actually involved, you also understand that, and the developer is, or I'm being careless, then yes, the QA is right. That's what I said earlier, where maybe you don't, this is what is there. So I'll refer you to the acceptance criteria. this is what the feature is supposed to do. That's why I built it this way, and not. And I'm really happy that Mohammed actually mentioned that even the stakeholders must also own the quality. When you are saying we should build this feature, and maybe a developer is saying let's do it this way, but maybe it will take 3 days, and you say no, just do it one night. I think that's why you may get one night's work.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So, Mohammed, I would like to hear your thoughts on that. Who is right? Who is
Yeah.
wrong?
I don't think there is one. I mean, we all are not. I mean, right on this page. I mean, it's not that sometimes stakeholders or developers want to deliver a product and compromise the quality of the product, right? So because of the urgency, I mean, I always call that false urgency, because when you're done with your testing, the deployment might take 1 or 2 days. They push you to complete the test, and once you complete the test and the deployment and the DevOps stuff like that will take 1 or more days. So I don't think every aspect, developers should also understand that delivering or deploying fully, I mean, not tested product, and that causes a problem when it's on the production end, when users start using that one. So they should understand that one, and QA as well have to be proactive on this perspective. And instead of coming on the late night and pushing some bugs on the Jira, we have to proactive and engage on every process of the agile process of the software development lifecycle. Then we can, prevent from more bugs to happening from the development lifecycle. So we might think in that way.
All right. All right. You guys are very peaceful people. Nobody's picking any brains. Okay, that's fine. Michael Alabi is saying something on the comment section, and I would like to bring it up. He said, why are developers always defensive? Mike, please answer this question.
Okay.
Why are developers always defensive at first whenever the QA reports evidential critical bugs?
Evidential.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yes, for that question.
All right. So I think, as I mentioned, every team works differently. For my team, where I'll be defensive when it's just we are pointing fingers, like, hey, Mike, you caused this. You are the developer. You did this. And I'll not be defensive when maybe a QA comes like, hey, Mike, see, we missed this issue. There's this incident happening. We all get our hands to it and try to resolve it. But when you come with an attack, be sure I'll defend myself.
Oh, you see, that's communication. How you present it. Michael Alabi, maybe you should find a better way to present your critical bugs whenever you're meeting the developer. You know, go like, okay, wait till this thing what you just do. What's the meaning of this thing?
And you hear some people like, oh, it's not working. Login is not working. You didn't even tell me what you even put it there and how, like, how do you want me to come? I'll ask you, did you do this? Are you sure you actually tested this? But when you come like, oh, Mike, I entered the correct email and password, but still I was not able to log in. This is the feedback I got. Then we can now get into it. But just coming to tell me, Mike, I have a QA who always say, Mike, your code is not working. Then I'll defend myself and tell my code is working.
Imagine. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. So I think you see, I'm not. Mike is not the only person saying developers are default at usual and usually on the defensive side. Well, it's fine. We've resolved that it's usually communication, right? The way you present the bug is the way the developer will respond. If it's a very, very, somebody like, let's say, a very good developer, right?
Yeah, there is something that cured this issue. Yeah, if a QA writes detailed
Okay,
bug
I'd like to hear
report,
from you.
yeah, step by step, how to report the bug, and some evidence on the ticket.
Exactly.
That will solve the offensiveness of the developers.
Great.
Because you have evidence in the place, and there's no way they can run out from the fixing that bug. So you have to just prepare well designed and well written bug report. Then just leave it for them. They can
Yeah.
they can see that. Yeah.
So kindly
Well,
advise
that's
QAs,
true.
you guys should come with proper reports. Don't just come and tell me it's not working.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Oh, that's great. Thank you very much, Mike, and thank you very much, Mohammed. So we'll go to the next question. I want to go more practical, right? So can you share with us, Mohammed, can you share with us in the last frustrating collaboration moment you've ever had, right? What was the last frustrating collaboration moment you had, maybe at your workplace, with the developer, or with any other stakeholder?
Yeah, so I think it's been like 6 or 7 months before. I was working on the company in Europe that they work on the blockchain environment, like the crypto stuff like that. And they have the place, the developer and the QS are not engaged at all. So they have two different sprints, QA sprint, and developer sprints. So there is no way that we can communicate with developer. They finish the task on the sprint, then our sprint starts from there. So there is no way that we can have like a common communication platform. And this is like a nightmare for me. I didn't stay more than 4 or 5 months on that company, but that's the worst experience that I have on the environment. Like, because you have no any communication on the platform. I mean, there is no way you can communicate. You just drop a comment on the ticket, and the developer come and comment on that one, and stuff like that, right? So this is not a good place. I think there is a misconception that some companies have. If the QA and the developers have the same table, if they have a discussion, they might have. There is might some inside works, right? So without creating a Jira ticket or some bug management tools. So there is some misconception on that. So I think they did it in that way. So this is not worst experience that I have. So yeah, I think that's the thing. Yeah.
Okay, I think we've lost our moderator. Okay.
All right. Sorry, my network went off. I sincerely apologize for the breaking transmission. All right. So
welcome back.
Come back.
Question. Yeah, I'm back. Mike. So who answered that? Sorry, Mohammed answered. So I would like to hear from Mike. What was the most awful, what would I call it? Frustrating session you ever had collaborating with maybe the QA or maybe the other stakeholders while working on maybe a project?
So my greatest frustration has not been with a QA, but it's mostly sometimes with either a fellow developer or like a product owner. More especially like a product owner in situations where like unclear expectations. Sometimes people don't even know what product they really wanted to build. So you are trying to give a technical recommendation. Okay, if you want to do this, this is what is possible. This is how we can do it. Then they come like, no, I just want it to be this way, or I've seen other people do it this way. Meanwhile, it doesn't even flow well in your use case. So those are kind of personally my frustration. Then that will actually lead us to a situation where I mentioned earlier, where the QA comes in later and it's like, Mike, how did you build such a shitty thing? And I'm like, see, this was as a result of what the PO said I should build, and not what I just decide to build this. So that's for me. Yeah. But QA, I think Mohammed made a very important comment, which I really want to highlight when he said some. So I also mentioned earlier, it's more about processes, where I don't see how a company should even feel that when you have QAs and developers speaking, they can do insider and let things pass. So already you are even pitching them against each other than we seeing ourselves like we are a team. We are actually supposed to get this. If we are just going like, oh, QA, then imagine a QA testing and saying, I didn't find any bug. He may feel like, oh, it may look like I didn't do enough work, right?
Exactly.
And the developer, you coming back to just point out something. I also naturally feel like, no, this is actually not an issue that you should be worried about. And so sometimes our stakeholders can actually pitch us against each other. So
Exactly.
if I think I saw a comment earlier where it says it doesn't agree, developers are naturally defensive. Naturally, no one wants to be, but to spite on their own work. So just as I
Exactly.
mentioned, when someone tell you, when we find a bug in production and they come like you tested this, how did you let this pass? You go and defend. So it's kind of process when we stop pointing fingers at like, oh, it's the developer's fault, and seeing it more like, okay, we are a team. We missed this. How do we mitigate it? And I'm happy when we're talking about root cause analysis, we're able to determine, okay, where is the problem coming from? How do this happening? Then we can fix our process instead of pointing fingers like, oh, it's developers against QA against developers. Yeah.
That's very top notch. I like that. I like that response. I like that response. Right. I even the part where you said anybody will feel defensive if you try to tell them that maybe what they worked on is shitty, like the word you use, right? So, like there's this thing we say in our office, right? Nobody will accept that their baby is not fine. And the developer just just built something, and you're telling him that this thing you just did is rubbish. Of course, he'll be defensive. He wouldn't
Yeah.
take it from you. I get that. So thank you so much, Mike, and thank you, Mohammed. So the next question that I'll be asking is, when a bug goes live, and this is to Mike right now, right? When a bug goes live, what happens in your team? He has already answered the question. Mike has already answered the question, but I would like to make it very, very practical. Like I would like to, like I said in the very first beginning, let's make it more practical, right? When a bug goes live, sorry, 1 minute. What happens in your team? Do you people start pointing fingers? I know we're all sacramental and sanctimonious right now. Everybody's saying how it should be. But in your office space, at your workplace, Mohammed, when a bug goes live, what do you guys do? Do you guys start pointing fingers, or do you guys go to the root cause? We've talked about root cause today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we do the root cause analysis on the bug. So whenever we catch the bug on production, usually we do the morning sanity check on every morning on the production. So whoever is responsible for that day, if he catches any issues, he can report it on the channel. Then we, as a team, we will do a root cause analysis. If it's very critical, we'll have a raid call session, and we'll have a team gathering on that one, and we will do root cause analysis, and we found the issue, and we will do how to fix it right away. But if it's not like major issues or something like that, we will check the root cause analysis, and also if it's not urgent, we'll move that bug into backlog. Then we can review that. And also at the end of the sprint, we'll do the bug ratio report so that we can see our bug ratio on the sprint based, and we'll discuss it on the retrospective or any other calls. Then we will enhance the process that we have, and also if there's anything that we can adapt, we'll do that as well. So that's a thing that in my current role, but there was a worse before. So yeah, in my current role, we do that. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So I think maybe I should.
She's switching back.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry for the breaking transition. I keep changing. The network is just, very, very awesome. I'll use the word awesome. All right. So thank you so much.
This is a bug in production. I think QA missed it.
QA should catch their song. Can anybody hear me? Can we all
Yes, I
hear
can
me?
hear you. I can hear you.
Great. So I would like to ask one question. How do you, this is for the both teams now, both the QA, Mohammed and Mike. So how do you, what do you wish the business team understood about your role when pushing tight deadlines? Mohammed, go first, please.
So can you repeat just the question?
Okay.
Catch it.
I said, what do you wish the business learn or understand, the business team understood about your role when pushing deadlines? For the QA guys, they'll just be like, we want to go live in 10 minutes or 30 minutes. Please test this thing. So what do you think the business owners and the other stakeholders understood about your role before, it goes live?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, they should aware that delivering the product, only is not giving the user. It's delivering.
I can't hear. I don't know if it's just me.
Sorry, I was in mute. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Sorry. So delivering untested feature, a feature with a bug, will not make them deliver the product, because just sending out the release note is not making the product quality, or releasing the release note to the client will not make the product quality and the user happy. The end user will not happy if you just deliver untested and unfinished task. So having urgency on delivering the product without proper testing and compromising the quality of the product and delivering on time is not make the product awesome or a good product. So they should be aware that delivering the product will not make them profitable, will not make them their customer happy. So they should give a priority to the product, and they should not compromise the quality of the product because of the delivery. So that's the thing that I want to pass through the business, stakeholders. Yeah.
I hope the business owners, and I hope they're on this culture. But Mike, what do you think? What do you think they should know when they are saying, when they're giving you deadlines, all those deadlines?
Okay. So I think speed and quality, and then so speed and quality, you may have to sacrifice one at one point. So either you really want something very fast, or you slow down a bit and really get big quality into it from the get-go. When you force a developer to actually cut corners, you may end up having half-baked products at the end of the day. So I'll actually say they being able to understand that, yes, they want to put something in the market very fast. But sometimes also understanding the quality and also respecting that it is the developer or the technical people, let me not put it just developer, but the product team are actually also responsible for making sure that we bring the ideas to life. They're giving us the room and enough time to actually build that idea with quality. That will also help them in the long run than just shipping something very fast.
All right, Mike. Thank you so much. So we have 4 minutes to the end of this session. So we have, does anybody have any question? Because I can't see any question at the,
so
any question
then,
for Mike?
I think
and
one thing I also want to say that especially between devs and QAs, I feel like in most teams, it's something that I mentioned earlier. I'm happy that that's not in my team at the moment. Maybe if in future, where we should see each other more as partners, more than just checkpoints. Okay, developer has finished building it. QA is supposed to test and just letting it go. So the goal is not just to catch each other, as if like, okay, you are missing something, I'm able to catch it. But let's rather see each other also, okay, we are helping each other to really succeed. We all believe in this product and we want to make sure that we bring out something the best. So that means that we have open communication, real-time collaboration. Because at the end of the day, the user or the stakeholders don't care who missed the bug. Actually, all they care is the product is working as it's expected to work. Whether it's the developer that wrote a bug into the software or the QA couldn't catch it. It's more about refining our processes and making sure that everybody understand their role better and be able to do the right thing than everybody becoming a police or so just as someone put it, the gatekeeper is the QA. So when I know, okay, there's a gatekeeper, there's a bouncer at the gate, I'll find a way to actually try and swerve the bouncer, maybe with a little distraction. Then we'll end up in production.
All right, thank you so much. Just 1 minute. 1 minute. Mohammed, do you have any last word?
Yeah. Yeah, so I just want to say that at the end of the day, we are on the same team. We are allies. We are not just enemies. I mean, they're for the product, for the same product, for the same company. So we are not like isolated functions. We are integrated allies. So we need to bring the quality on the product and deliver the product that the users trust us. So the user can accept that product and using that product without any fear, without any distraction. So at the end of the day, we are allies. We are friends as well. So
yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Thank you so much, Mike, for this exciting and impactful session. I think this is the end of our debates. Thank you all for joining. And I'll be moving to the next session. Who, please? Jacqueline. Eniola, please. Do I have you?
All right. Thank you.
You have me.
Bye.
Thank
bye.
You. Bye. Bye. Thank you very, very much. All right. Wow, that was amazing, wasn't it? It was nice to hear, both side of the coin. Is that what I'm going to call it? Or, to hear from the developer and also from the QA engineer. Thank you very much for that wonderful debate, Mohammed and Mike. Amazing, amazing. I think one of my takeaways from this is that communication is important. If you, as a quality assurance engineer, you do not communicate correctly to the developer what they are meant to do, or what you've noticed or what you've observed, there will most likely be friction. So it's really important that you communicate properly. Okay. Thank you guys once again. Very much appreciated. Okay, so now we'll be going into our Next session. So this is a panel session. It's not a debate. It's not a panel session. And our panel session is themed Quality, Confidence, and Calling. Women leading the future of product engineering. So this is an all-women's panel session. All right. I believe our panelists are somewhere on there. So I'm just going to introduce our panelists. This is one of the most anticipated session of today, the Women in Product Engineering panel session. Again, my name is Christianah Ajala. I'm your moderator for this inspiring conversation that celebrates not just the brilliance of quality assurance, but the courage, the clarity, and the leadership of women driving it forward. So now, what we are looking at is this. Product quality is no longer just about catching bugs. It's about leading with insight. It's about influencing the product lifecycle and bringing out our old selves to work. So let me go on and just introduce our incredible panelists. All right. First, we have Jacqueline Kavula. Jacqueline, are you there? Jacqueline, are you with me? Okay, so I'm just going to read the bio for our speaker. One moment. I'm just going to call everyone out and then we'll just read their bio so that you can get an idea of who they are and why we have, why they are actually qualified to be on this panel session. Okay, so Jacqueline. All right, so Jacqueline, she was one of our moderators earlier today, I believe. I'm sure you guys already met her. So Jacqueline Kavula is the business development manager at Kiwami Tech Solutions Limited, a growing leader in software quality assurance testing and training. She drives strategic growth and innovation, positioning Kiwami Tech as a trusted name in testing as a service, while strengthening client relationships and expanding market reach. Her leadership in delivering high-quality software solutions and managing cross-functional teams supports the company's mission to enhance software development with top-tier testing services that ensure quality, performance, and security. As a senior software quality assurance engineer, Jacqueline brings extensive expertise in agile methodologies, automation, performance testing, manual testing, and defect management. Oh my God, Jacqueline, man, I'm looking at it, I'm like, just blown away. She has excelled in the telecommunications and fintech sectors, ensuring software reliability and efficiency. An ISTQB advanced test level automation engineer, she's committed to maintaining the highest standards in software quality. Everybody welcome with me, Jacqueline. Hi, Jacqueline.
Hi. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. It's good to have you here with us. All right, so I'm just going to invite our next speaker, and that is Coco Mensah from Ghana. So I'll read our bio as well. Coco Mensah is a quality assurance manager with 7 years of testing experience within a 17-year career in technology and operations. Amazing, 17 years. She leads QA at Bank in Accra, Ghana, ensuring the seamless delivery of high-quality mobile and web applications. With expertise in manual testing, defect management, and agile methodologies, Coco is dedicated to fostering collaboration and mentorship within the QA community. Certified in ISTQB CTFL and PMP, she blends technical expertise with leadership to drive excellence in software quality. As a passionate advocate for diversity and inclusion in tech, she empowers professionals, especially women, to excel and advance in the quality assurance field. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me, Coco Mensah. I'm actually clapping because 17 years is a lot. 17 years is a whole lot. All right. Thank you very much for being here, Coco. I hope I'm pronouncing your name well because I do not want to bother anybody's name.
You are right. It's Coco.
All right. Fantastic. Yeah, Coco. Okay. All right. So our next panelist is Cyrene Hali from Tunisia. Cyrene is dedicated to leading quality assurance initiatives that embrace automation, AI, and data-driven testing strategies, with a strong focus on quality as a competitive advantage. Our expertise spans continuous testing, self-healing test scripts, and machine learning algorithms that prioritize testing based on risk. She's passionate about creating QA processes that are as agile as they are resilient, enabling faster releases without compromising on quality. As, it, as she continues to grow in the QA field, our ambition is to build a future-ready QA practice that anticipates and prevents defects, driving excellence and ensuring that quality is not just a stage but a core principle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Serene Halil. Hi, Serene. I hope I got your name right. The beauty of diversity when you have people from different parts of the world coming on board and you have no idea how to pronounce everybody's name. So you have to be extremely careful, on how you
Yes, it's Serene. Thank you, Christianah. Hello, everyone.
Hello. All right. The next person on my list is Uyime Tomi. She's from Nigeria. Hi, Uyime. Uyime Tomi is the co-founder and managing partner at Assuredly, which is a software quality assurance company. With our team, Uyime brings over 25 years of combined experience across diverse sectors, including banking, logistics, education, recruitment, entertainment, and insurance financial services. Wow, you've gone across a lot of places, Uyime. Amazing stuff. As a seasoned professional, she excels in software quality assurance, program and project management, and compliance. A passion for innovation, unwavering commitment to excellence, and vast expertise drive success and transformation within organizations, ensuring top-notch products and optimal ROI. Women's mission is empowering businesses and executive teams with valuable insights and practical solutions in building their digital products. Everyone, welcome with me, Uyime. Uyime, I hope I got your own name right because I'm in Nigeria, so I probably should not even make mistake here. I should not make mistake, please.
Happens to everybody.
Hello, welcome. All right, and our last but not the least panelist is Rekik Kidane. Yes, she has also been here. You guys have seen her face already today. Helping out to keep everything alive and well. Okay, so Rekik is a senior software engineer with over 7 years of experience developing scalable Angular and .NET applications across enterprise and health tech sectors. She brings a strong emphasis on clean architecture, test-driven development, and quality assurance best practices. At John Snow Incorporated, she has led projects focused on robust, high-quality solutions impacting digital health systems. Rekik is passionate about promoting a quality-first mindset and empowering Africa's next generation of tech professionals through mentorship and practical learning. Good to have you here, Rekik.
Thank you for having me.
Amazing. I mean, looking at the caliber of people we have here, I'm pretty sure we have over 50 years of experience collectively among everybody, and this is the women's panel, women empowering women, or this women supporting women. I'm really glad to be here with everyone. All right. Okay. So welcome once again to this panel session. We're talking about quality, confidence, and calling. And I'll just ask us a couple of questions, not a couple, way more than a couple actually. I'll ask us questions, to guide every other person out there. So let's just start. First, I'm going to ask Jacqueline. You're going to be the first person to go in. This question is for everybody. It's not just for one person. So take it back. What's the thing that drew you to quality assurance? Why did you decide to be a quality assurance engineer?
Yeah, so my journey is quite interesting. So I'm an electrical and electronics engineering graduate, something completely different from from what I'm doing currently. So during that period, I was so much into software development, and of course, after graduation, you do what you studied. So I went into engineering field. Then because there's lack of, I don't like settling. You're not supposed to settle. As women, you're not supposed to settle. So I got an opportunity at software development industry. And just a special shout out to my then interviewer and manager. He asked me, do you know what software testing is? And I told him, I don't know software testing, but for sure I know software development. So good thing he gave me that opportunity, and I was put into manual testing. And again, the innovation comes from lazy people, because I don't know how. I don't like repetitive tasks. I found my way into automation, and then from automation, I got interest in performance, because they're supposed to upskill and they're supposed to work twice as hard. So I got my way into performance. So throughout my period, I've been able to grow like more of a step from manual to automation to performance testing. And then finally now I'm settling into realizing that this is where I get the best of both worlds. You're able to, as someone has mentioned in the chat, get keep products. At the same time, I'm able to do coding, which I love. So that is a bit of a brief of my journey. That's how I found myself here. And it's a good journey. So far, so good. Yeah.
Wow, amazing, amazing. I like that part where you mentioned lazy people always find the easiest way to do the job. Amazing, good stuff. Okay, next person would be Coco. So Coco, tell us, how did you find yourself in this industry?
Okay, so for me, my journey into software testing hasn't been straightforward, right? Um, and I think that is what makes it very meaningful to me, because I didn't have the normal traditional computer science background. I did not study computer science at the university, but I've always had this natural curiosity and strong attention to details because of my previous role, right? So now, when I got the opportunity to be part of the testing team, it's actually one of our executive directors who saw me, because the previous department that I was in, the head of the department had resigned, right? And so he was a bit worried, because at that time I was in the group office, and the issue was I had been poached, right, the from where I was to the group office in Lome. And then the head of that unit, I mean, that's the EcoBank Foundation, left the group, and suddenly I didn't have a department. So one of the executive directors in technology, that's the technology side of EcoBank, saw me. I was like, Coco, your head has left the organization. I think you have a very big problem. There will be a gap. So you come and see me. So I went to see him, and he said he was going to put me in the testing department. For me, I knew nothing about testing, even though where I was, I mean, the organization that was the technology hub of EcoBank, right? But I had never been part of the technology team. I had never been part of core technology. I had always found myself in the admin side of the organization. So I was placed into the testing team, and I had to learn from scratch. You understand? I had been put in a department where I was tasked to test applications that software developers had developed, and I knew nothing about testing. So what actually made me realize that quality engineering, quality assurance was my calling was after a while in the testing team, I decided to learn software testing and software engineering. So I actually enrolled myself in a coding boot camp for a year. And with clarity comes confidence, right? Now with a better understanding of how to build software applications, because when I joined the coding bootcamp, I learned how to build applications, both front end and back end. So now when I brought that skill to my work, it's given me a better understanding of my job. That is the quality assurance person. And for me to add value, I realized that I didn't want to just be someone who did visual inspection of the application and functional testing. My job was not just to test the application, but I needed to make sure that whatever application that the developers had built and for me to test was safe, secure, and reliable for the users to use. And I had to be a little bit proactive. I had to understand root cause analysis and know exactly what I was testing. So for me, this journey has really been insightful because every single thing that I do, I need to make sure that testing or quality isn't just a checkbox for me. It's actually embedded into the whole software development life cycle. So that's how my journey has been for me. It's been quite interesting.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much for that, Coco. Wow, you were thrown into the deep end, and here you are today. It's all there in QA. Amazing stuff. Well done. All right. So, next person, that will be Serene. So, Serene, tell us about your own journey. How did you get here?
Okay, so for me, it's a little bit different because my background was in data science and statistics. So I was, I was exploring the infinite opportunities that I have when suddenly one of my relative came to me with this opportunity, QA opportunity, and I was like, I don't know what's even QA. So he told me I have 2 weeks to prepare for the interviews and and learn all the basics. And so yeah, that's what I did. I learned the basics and passed the interviews, and I'm with you. So I did it. And what started as a challenge turned into quickly turned into a passion because. Like my journey was more into combining what I learned in university and what I'm working on right now. So I'm working on combining data science with QA. So that's it. That's what I did.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. 2 weeks to prepare for something I had no idea about. Oh my God. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Nice one. Uyime, over to you. Tell us your journey.
Okay. Well, how would I say? So, like, I think anybody that said they read software testing in school is actually one of the very few people that just graduated this country because that kind of a curriculum is mostly something that either you stumble into or situation arise and you have to step up and then it became what you just have to get done, right? So I think similar scenario for myself as well. I would say it's something I fell into, right? Where okay, so I job description. Oh, quality assurance. Okay, this looks like something I can do, and and then I applied, and then yeah, I think that's basically how it all started. But prior to that, right, background wise, I did information communication engineering, so the
Okay.
engineering computer space wasn't new, the IT space wasn't new, but like that specific specialization obviously was very new. And seeing a job description and you're just thrown into it and you don't even have like foundational knowledge. But overall, right, it has just been, one experience to the next or one discovery to the next, and it has been interesting.
Wow. Okay. That's really, really good. I mean, having the background in engineering was a bit, was a bit interesting, but still it was something relatively new for you as well. All right. Thank you very much. So, Rekik, tell us your own journey.
Okay, so mine is like I was really drawn to computers at an early age. So when the time was to go to college, I majored in information technology engineering, and then that drew me to and then after graduating, I was working as a support, which was not that much focused in the development part, and I changed to another position and as a software developer, and that's where I really gained a good experience. And I had seniors. I was working under seniors, so they really guided me through it, and that made me become interested in becoming a software developer. And also after that, I'm working on a health tech environment, and these had made me realize that it's really essential, to have a really good quality of software, and that really drove me to to be better at what I do and become more innovative. I also had this innovative competition where I build an app that relies on user experience and to report incidents. And that really changed everything because I stood second in that competition, and that gave me the boost to really work hard. And now that I'm working in this health tech environment, it's really good to know that what I did has impact on different outcomes. And after that, it just becomes part of my mindset as a developer to do good and to have really good experience with as a developer.
Wow, you actually built an application that's, that was actually really great. Congratulations, that's really good. Okay, so one thing I've learned from everyone's story is diversity, how you all, you had different origin story. And that's actually quite interesting. I'm pretty sure a number of people on the call on this session can actually relate with, how diverse your story has been. So, Coco, I have another question for you. What area in quality assurance feels like your zone? That space where when they give it to you, you are ready to go. Is it manual testing, performance testing, security testing? Which one is your zone?
Okay, thank you so much for this question. And for me, I always say manual testing, right? Because manual testing actually laid the foundation for everything that I know about software testing. For someone who doesn't have a computer science background, that was my easy entrance into the concept of software testing. When I joined the testing team, I didn't know anything about testing. I didn't even understand how an application was built for me to test. But what I did was to get my hands dirty first with manual testing. It's allowed me to think critically, empathize with the users, because the users actually were the one going to use the application. So now for what that meant was I needed to understand how the application worked from the perspective of the user and ask the right questions. And manual testing allows you to do that, because for me, I wanted to be very comfortable with manual testing before venturing into test automation. Okay, so for me, that is my strong suit, because I spent so much time on manual testing. And there's this misconception out there about manual testing that is just clicking buttons, just going through screens. I don't think that is right, and I don't think it is true. Manual testing is really about investigating how the application works. Okay, it's where you get to develop that intuition of thinking like the user, and how the application might feel, okay, when it is not tested right, or if you've not been able to determine that the application was not built well. Let me use this example. So there was this pharmaceutical company, right? And they had a pharmaceutical company called Farm Plus, right? I think in China, yes. So they had a software for their pharmacists, and when the application was built, they were using test automation to test, and they realized that on paper there were a lot of errors. Okay, they could see that in their system, in their test reports, that there were a lot of critical errors, but it didn't cause any problems for the pharmacists who were actually using the software in the real life, right? So they had to do investigations, and they found out that the way the pharmacists were using the application enabled them to bypass the error. So you have a group of software engineers and QAs, they built this application and they have tested it, but everything tells them that it has critical errors. But the pharmacists were not complaining. So, for me, if they had focused more on manual testing, because manual testing enables you to, actually feel how the real user is using the application. So they would have identified those bugs, even though it wasn't giving them problems. Yeah, you understand. So for me, manual testing is very important to me. I mean, it can solve a whole lot of problems. It helps you explore the applications well. So that's why I've always focused on manual testing. But I've also come to appreciate automation as well, especially for regression and repetitive tasks. So after manual testing, if you want to really use manual testing to do regression tests, really, all of us will not go home at the end of the day. Because regression is quite repetitive, right? So, I mean, even though my strong suit is manual testing, I also appreciate automation as well because it helps with efficiency, and it helps with efficiency and helps you to actually scale. But I always go with manual testing. It helps me with exploratory testing. When I need to do UI UX validation, it's manual testing that I go for. And also, it helps you catch those bugs that the test automation scripts couldn't catch, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, for me, that is manual testing for me. Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, you're a woman after my heart. I'm a manual testing lover as well. I would rather just understand that journey with the user, than let a computer start doing that for me. So, you're a woman after my heart. Well then, thank you very much for that. All right. Jacqueline, I've got a question for you. So, tell us about a tough moment when the problem wasn't just technical, it was actually personal or political. How did you handle it? We'd like to hear your wisdom and the courage you in place to achieve that.
Okay, so before I answer that, I'm an automation, all for automation, repetitive tasks.
Come on.
Yeah, so okay, an interesting one was one where in a certain company, it was a startup and they didn't have change management, they didn't have quality assurance in place. So that was an interesting one since now you have to convince the shepherd in terms of the leaders that quality assurance is important, and it's crucial in terms of the product software development life cycle. So that was an interesting one because I was able to, start from the ground up into incorporation of change management. Now, before you carry out a change, ensure that I'm aware, or quality assurance is aware. When you're doing the change, you're able to now grow from software, system testing, usability testing. That's where manual testing comes in. So in that kind of environment, I was able to see actually how quality assurance came about because I grew the quality assurance from change management to API testing, unit testing, system testing, UAT testing, and then regression testing. So the incorporation of all those processes, one, technically it was a bit challenging, emotionally, convincing shepherds, convincing leaders that okay, now this is what is supposed to happen in our product life cycle was it was a bit challenging. But I'm glad that we're able to incorporate those systems. Just special shout out to that place. It's called the Mali Link. Yeah. So I was able to grow the change management process and quality assurance process from the ground up. And yeah, that was an exciting point in my life for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that answer, Jacqueline. Building a team from the ground up, it actually takes a lot. I can imagine the kind of conversation you've had with the people in charge. It's something relatively new, so it should have been a bit of a struggle there,
Yeah.
but you're able to get that, and that's really, really good. All right. Serene, I have a question for you now. Tech is fast-paced. Every day new things are coming out, new tools, new applications, right? How do you keep learning without burning out? Because I personally I see jobs out there. They're mentioning tools that probably just came out yesterday as some of the things they require from you. How am I supposed to know that? There's a lot of things to learn. I'm learning AI, I'm learning how to use TestRail and all of that. So how do you learn without burning out in this fast-paced tech world that we are in?
Yes, so for me, at first I was like trying so hard to catch all these new tools, new frameworks, and all this new word to me. And then I was like, I took a moment to focus only on the things that I'm excited about the most. Like, uh, like for example, now I'm focusing more in building AI agents that can automate a little bit of our process, and yeah, I focus more on the things that excite me the most, and the things that try to solve the problems that I have in this moment. So I'm not trying to catch all the trends around me. So this will be crazy, but I'm trying to keep up with the new tools and new items that excite me the most and keep me progressing.
Okay. All right. Wow. So, I mean, I've taken something from that. Go in the path of excitement. What is that thing you're passionate about? Try to use that as a guiding light, which is what you've done. That's really good. Thank you very much for sharing that insight with us. Okay. So, Rekik, what has it been like, working in a male dominated tech space? You are a developer, you know that a lot of, that space is, there's got a lot of guys in there. So how has it been working in a male dominated space?
Yeah, so like it's really challenging sometimes, especially early on when I have to prove myself and more. But sometimes my ideas were overlooked until someone else reported them or something like that. But I learned, as I grow to have more experiences, I learned to speak confidently and document every part of my work, and trying to and through over time I was very consistent of what I do, and with that confidence, I helped them build trust in me, so they were uh, more understanding. But yeah, you're right. Like it's really male-dominated space. It takes them a lot to, when I say I'm a developer, people just wonder how, and that's really funny sometimes. But yeah, so it's building a confidence that just helped me to speak confidently in what I know, and the work I'm giving, that the
Yeah.
outputs gives more in what I do. So uh, that's what it was like.
Wow. Wow. Thank you for that. So confidence has really helped you. You have to be confident,
Yeah.
irrespective of the people that are there with you. You know your onions, right? And the quality of work that you churn out actually
Yeah.
speaks for you. So if they didn't hear you the first time, by the time they see the work that you've done, they're like, oh, look
Yeah.
at okay. They want to pay attention because of the
Yeah.
quality of work you're doing. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you very much for that, Ricky.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So Yime, quick question for you. Leadership isn't always about the title. You are a co-founder and managing partner at Assuredly. How do you lead? I know it's not about the title here. It's not here. Everybody can be a co-founder, a CEO, but really, how do you lead? How do you actually get there? Initiative, mentoring, advocacy. How do you do all of that?
I think I'll piggyback on the previous question, right? It's almost the same thing. So the same way you are in a male-dominated space, the same way where you are, the same, well, I said the same characteristics are required when you are also leading people pretty much. You have to be consistent. You have to be hands-on. Like I keep saying it, and each and every day, you have to be hands-on because people are going to come to you to either help them sort out something or help them navigate their way through an issue and stuff like that. So you have to know your onions as well as the person that you've hired to do the job as well, if not even better. And I keep saying that you don't even need to know, you don't even necessarily need to know everything to the latter, like to the detail. You should also, but you should be a very good problem solver. What that means is that, when they come to you, you are able to find the person that can solve their issue, even if you cannot at that very time. Because in as much as, you may even be able to do it, but sometimes times may not permit. But you are always there to always navigate, to always, ensure that people are um, finding their way, people are finding solutions. So you have to, so I would say leading by being a problem solver always trumps it all, because when people know they can always come to you when they have an issue or when something needs to get done or when something needs to get resolved, it sets the tone, right? So you automatically, because because even for everybody tilts to where, there's always a solution rather by default. So if you lead with, a solution mindset whereby you are not just, talking, rather you are talking, you are showing, and you are doing the work, right? And people can see that indeed you are not just telling people this is how to do it or this is what you're supposed to do, but they know that you can also do same, right? That respect comes by default. You don't even need to hammer on it, right? It will come by default. And also again, right, they would also find you as someone to look up to for whatever they have doing. And I would say that's one of the things I personally, even before now, right, I was opportune to experience throughout my career, like every single direct line manager, every single one of them were like, go getters. They don't like, there's no excuse in there. So no excuses. If you are stuck, you're bringing out of it. If they need to go and drag someone for you, they'll go and get someone to come and solve your problem. So seeing people work that way automatically, showed me that okay, this is basic, and it made it very easy to, to work, because even when you are stuck, you don't feel stuck because you know that there's someone there, to solve your problem. So I would say overall, being in the showing it's showing the work actually is the very is the easiest way to actually show or to command the respect or to command the leadership that you sit on aside the title.
Right, right. So results is the name of the game. Once you have results, it's people would follow you. That's what you're saying. All right. Thank you very much for that. Question. I mean, we are out of time as it is right now. I'd just like everyone to just, what do you think? What's your advice to women who are watching, who feel they are underestimated, they are underpaid or unsure of even the next way to go, the path to take? I'll start with Jacqueline. What's your advice to anybody that's watching, particularly women?
Okay. At least the words of my mother and my sister. Upskill, certify. Like everything you do, ensure that there's a certificate stamped to it. Upskill, certify, and you belong here. The imposter syndrome should not should not mess you up. You belong here. Yes. And again, as one of the panelists has said, follow your butterflies. So wherever you feel excited, that's where you should follow. If it's usability test, follow your butterflies. So keep following the butterflies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. All right, Coco, tell us, what's your advice to women that are watching?
Oh, so I'll just reiterate what Jackie just said. For me, I'll tell any young woman who is watching this right now, to know that this is a safe space for them. They belong here. Even though the room doesn't feel like they don't belong here, whether they don't have a computer science background like me, or they learned QA themselves, right? It's possible to learn yourself, or they are underpaid, they are QA, or they are in tech, they are underpaid or underestimated, which does not reflect the value they bring on board. I just want them to know that that does not define their future. I am an example. I don't have a computer science background. I started by investing in myself in small steps. Even though I was in a testing team, I upskilled aggressively. I took advantage of Udemy courses. Fortunately for my organization has paid for Udemy Business. So I didn't have to pay for courses on Udemy, and it was business, right? Udemy Business, you have more training on it than the free version. So I took advantage of that. And when I needed to write a certification, I ensured that I understood the syllabus on Udemy before I tried learning the syllabus. So, I mean, these strategies really helped me to come up to speed with what I do today. Also, I will tell them to find their voice, right? Even if it feels small. For me, when I joined this team, we have change advisory board meeting, right, where every changes need to be vetted before approval is given for the change to be rolled out. And I felt I didn't have a voice because I was in a room full of one men. The men were about 99%, and all of them had computer science background. We had heads of you had the head of the tech ops there, the head of cloud engineering, the change management team. You had the infosec team and infosec head in that team. And then as small as I was, I would be asked, was this tested? Because I need to confirm that the application or the system that is going to be rolled out to the user is adequately tested. And it is based on my confirmation that's the go ahead will be given for it to be rolled out. So, I mean, you have to find your voice. You need to build your confidence. And how do you build confidence, right? You need to find clarity. When you have the clarity, your confidence naturally grows. And how do you get clarity? Clarity does not come to you, I mean, easy. You have to get your hands dirty. You have to learn. You have to read. You have to understand, go the extra mile to understand your job. And when you are in a room that's, I mean, you feel like they've not made room for you on that table, you bring your own table or you find one that's welcome
That's
to you.
it.
Yeah, it's true. When you feel like you don't belong. So for me, I mean, that is what I'll tell any woman who wants to venture into QA. And you show up, you speak up. And then for us, one last thing I'll add is we need to support each other, right? We need to advocate for more women and we need to support each other. One last example I would give is my direct report currently, when she joined the QA team, I think 5 years ago, her background was a personal assistant. And for me, where I work is a very heavy male dominated organization where I find myself. And unfortunately, the head of our department was quite harsh, a very aggressive man. She wasn't comfortable with the job. She confided in me that she doesn't want to do this job. Her background is QA. She doesn't. Her background is a personal assistant. She doesn't have any IT background. I told her that, see, in this organization, I had been a personal assistant for 7 years. I wouldn't advise her for her career path and for her career to grow. I wouldn't advise her to continue on the personal assistant's career path. I'm not saying being a personal assistant is bad. It's not bad. I was an executive assistant for 7 years. But you for you to have a meaningful impact, right? You actually need to do something that brings impact directly to the customer. So she took my advice, and today, years down the line, she's my backup. When I'm not around, she's my backup. So you see, mentorship and speaking for each other, advocating for each other, it really helps us. And I believe when we do that, it will take us a very long way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Let us speak up and advocate for each other. Thank you. Serene, what do you have for us?
So for me, I join my voice to the ladies, Jacqueline and Coco. I want to add just one thing. One day I saw a random quote on the internet that say, what you're not changing, you're choosing. So for that, if you are working in a very toxic environment, or if you don't like the anything related to your work, you have to start by changing your job, for example, or looking for another role, and do the work. Not only complain about your situation. You have to do the work so you can get out of this situation.
Thank you, Serene. Thank you very, very much for that insightful final take. Thank you. All right, Uyime.
Okay, I think everybody has said everything, but well, I would say that I think it's a constant pull nowadays for you to give up quickly, right? And there's a constant, when it gets hard, you just throw in the towel and run away. I would say that don't. I would say, find the strengths, find the community. I think there's the Texas community. There are so many of them nowadays as compared to when we all started. So find one, find someone, find a motivator somewhere, find your own motivation as well, right? Because you can actually do it. It's just, just struggling. Struggling is normal. And once you get the hang of it, you will blaze through it. So don't give up, don't, it's only as hard as you think is hard, right? So once you realize that, okay, I can actually, learn this thing, because even the people that are doing it today did not start knowing. As mentioned earlier, none of us here went into school, reading quality assurance, as it were. Even these courses, even for most of the jobs today, right now, right, it's not what you actually learned in school that you come out to the real world and you find yourself doing like for like. So shows that, you know, everything is progressive. Everybody is learning day in, day out, right? Nothing is above, you know, nothing is above learning. You can always learn regardless of where you are, where you find yourself. Like for the most of the things I do today was not because, you know, someone sat down, and was not directly tied to you know, what I was doing as my JD, as it were. It was a function of, you know, being in that environment where, you know, this person in InterSwitch, then, you know, you're a QA, but you're expected to know product as much. So it's not that you have to just sit down and just be testing. You have to know your product. You have to document your products. You have to learn how to manage your stakeholders and all that. So all in came into, you know, what I am today. So everything, you know, every learning opportunity you find yourself in, you know, open yourself to it. You may not necessarily need it right now, but eventually, you know, it all adds up. And it's not as hard as you think, right? It just requires your interest and your persistence, and everything, you know, would always work out.
Thank you very much. Everything always adds up. Open yourself up to knowledge. Everything always adds up. Thank you so much. Rekik, let's hear you.
Okay, so I believe that we are capable and we belong anywhere that we set our mind to. And we always have to be prepared, and we have to keep learning, and we have to keep building, and we should never be afraid, you know, to ask for what we deserve. And we should surround ourselves with supportive voices so that we can make a change. And we are really good in leadership, you know, and in decision making roles. So I believe we have a really good thinking quality, something that we can bring to the desk. So we really need to shine up and do the utmost effort.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rekik. Wow, what a robust conversation. From owning your path to influencing businesses. You know, you all have shown us that it's not just about a job, it's about leadership, it's about impact, and it's about vision in action. So I'd like to say a wonderful thank you to everybody. Jacqueline, Coco, Serene, Yime, Rekik, thank you so much for showing up with your story, your strength, and your strategy. And to everyone that's listening today, I'm going to say go forward boldly. You know, you belong here. Don't let anyone ever tell you you don't belong. Find your voice, build your confidence, and if they don't have a seat for you at the table, please bring the table. Come, bring your own table, okay? And let you surround yourself with the right people. All right. Remember that quality is power when it is led with clarity and confidence. So thank you so much, everybody. We appreciate your presence today, and we hope to see you at APQEC 2026. So my name remains Christianah Ajala. I'm Jacqueline. I'll be handing this over to you as you round up for the day. And that question is for you, Jacqueline, that we have there from Masera. So you answer that question as you round up for the day. Okay. Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone who stuck around until this time. I can see a question that says, is it true that women are not naturally better at finding bugs, or are we just better at paying attention when others overlook the details? I mean, for women, I think we also have intuition that comes in, and we know how to see the small details, again, as you said, the small details that everyone can miss. That's why we make the best quality product quality engineers. So thank you again. That marks the end of day one. We definitely are going to meet here same time tomorrow. Remember, our APQEC 2025 is a 3-day event. So that is day one. Day one, we went through the future of product quality engineering in the digital space. And tomorrow we are going to have a very interesting bit with quite a number of workshops. And day two is going to majorly be test automation pairing with AI to build faster tests. So I look forward, and we look forward to seeing everyone here tomorrow. And I'm not sure if Ibi will give us a closing remark, so that we can close and
I don't have a closing remark.
enjoy your evening. Thank you very much. Ibi.
I don't have a closing remark. I think you have done justice to it. Thank you so much, everyone. See you tomorrow. By
Bye.
11 a.m. West Africa time. Bye.
Bye.